Chapter 61. Li Qingshan finally understood why Oxen didn't like the shining knife, and even disdained the flying dragon sword, which was regarded as a godly weapon by ordinary people. Compared with real spiritual weapons, they were indeed inferior. If Xiong Xiangu used this spiritual weapon, he would be the one who died here today. However, ordinary martial artists would not be able to see the spiritual light. The antique calligraphy and paintings here were not collected by Xiong Xiangu, that uncouth man. Instead, it was the second boss who was dressed like a scholar. He could see that this calligraphy was somewhat extraordinary, but he could not tell what was so extraordinary about it. Even if he could see it, ordinary martial artists couldn't use spiritual weapons with their internal energy. Xiong Xiangu had to bite his tongue and use his blood to activate the magic charms. Once this scroll was rolled up, it didn't show any light, which benefited Li Qingshan. Oxen said, "It seems that this spiritual weapon is not complete, but only a part." Li Qingshan took a look. Indeed, many strokes were broken at the edge of the paper, as if they were cut by someone. Oxen had a good eye. This spiritual weapon doesn't seem to be made on purpose, but more like it was drawn randomly. The sword chi and sword momentum were integrated into the tip of the brush to stimulate the sword chi. If you want to, you might be able to learn a sword art from it. Also, once a spiritual weapon is cut, it will be destroyed. The person who wrote this calligraphy is really something. Li Qingshan knew Oxen's temperament very well. He was always arrogant, so saying something was already a great comment. Li Qingshan looked at the calligraphy more carefully, trying to learn a sword art from it. He thought that since Sherpatian, as an illiterate, could understand the Ode to the Gallant, which even the martial artists couldn't understand, he, as a semi-illiterate, should have some advantage. However, he couldn't find anything. The more he looked, the more he felt it was powerful, so he had to give up. Little An stared at the scroll, and the bloody flame flickered. Suddenly, he picked up a scroll on the ground and waved it in the air. A gust of wind rose in the treasury, and the scroll brought up a series of afterimages, making whooshing sounds in the air. It was as if the scroll in Little An's hand was not a scroll, but a real sword. The little skeleton holding the scroll and waving it around should have been strange and amusing, but in Li Qingshan's eyes, he could faintly see an elegant swordsman waving his sword around. He couldn't help but murmur, "Fairy tales are all lies. What do you mean by an illiterate learning martial arts faster? It's all nonsense." Oxen glanced at Li Qingshan and clicked his tongue. Comprehension. Li Qingshan didn't think that his comprehension was bad. He had made rapid progress in the Ox Demon's fist of great strength, and had even been praised by Oxen. If it wasn't a problem with him, then it could only be said that Little An's comprehension was really too high. Of course, it might also be because he knew calligraphy. After Little An finished the last move, he resolutely put away his sword. The scroll broke into pieces and turned to dust. Then, he looked at Li Qingshan. Although he couldn't even make an expression, the bloody flame was clearly flashing with the emotion of, "Come and praise me." Li Qingshan touched his skull. So smart. Little An immediately became happy. Seeing that Li Qingshan was a little hurt, he wrote on his palm, "I'll teach you." Li Qingshan smiled. "All right then, it seems that I still have a lot to learn. But first, I'll help you find a new home." From the antique vases, he found a thick porcelain jar and weighed it. "It seems too small." Shaoan split up into pieces again and flew in with a clatter, which made Li Qingshan leap in fright. He glanced into the jar and saw a tiny skull with a pair of blood-red flames staring at him with great interest. All right, he thought that raising a little ghost was strange enough, but now it seemed to be getting stranger and stranger. He said, "Good night," and sealed the jar. Li Qingshan picked up the jar and stuffed the banknotes into his bosom. He only brought the scroll out. Then, he sealed the secret room again. Finally, he found some kerosene. Other than the granary and the warehouse, he sprinkled it on every camp and started a big fire. Since ancient times, killing and arson were always linked together. Even in the wind and snow, the fire quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, it had become a huge fire, causing Li Qingshan's face to turn red. Li Qingshan then sprinkled the kerosene on the mountain of corpses. No one knew if these corpses, which had their essence blood sucked out by little An, would be noticed by others. So, he decided to just burn them as well. On the mountain path, after a difficult night of marching, the bandit hunting squad finally neared the Black Wind stronghold. Just when Huang Binggu thought it was too late, a red light suddenly shone from the horizon. He was shocked. Could it be? He immediately ordered, "Hurry up." After crossing a mountain ridge, Huang Binggu was stunned. Lu Hong was also stunned. Even the people who had rushed to the mountain ridge with them were speechless. The insufferably arrogant and infamous Black Wind stronghold was currently burning, turning into a sea of fire. Could it be that this was all done by that person? This question arose in everyone's hearts. After recovering from their shock, the squad charged down the mountain ridge at their fastest speed. They arrived in front of the Black Wind stronghold and hesitantly passed through the broken stronghold gate. Then, they saw a scene that they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. Within the sea of fire, the snow on the plaza was dyed bright red by blood and flames. All sorts of broken weapons were stabbed into the ground. Li Qingshan sat in the center, preparing himself. Behind him was a mountain of burning corpses. 400 to 500 people stopped. Huang Binggu and Lu Hong were no exception. This youth exuded an aura that made people not dare to approach him, as if he was a demon god. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. "You're here." 2 balls of fire were reflected in his clear eyes, but it made people feel as if the fire had been ignited from the bottom of his heart. No one answered him. Li Qingshan had killed people, set fires, and tested arcane artifacts. He had completely depleted all of his physical strength and true qi. As soon as he sat down, he felt a deep sense of exhaustion, so he just meditated and rested. Within the sea of fire, the best place for him to rest was this empty space. Even he had never thought he would give others such an impact. As a regular person, Yi Duchuan did not understand as much as Huang Binggu and Lu Hong. He went up and asked, "Did you do all of this?" However, he never dared to look at the mountain of corpses behind Li Qingshan the entire time. The scorching sensation and the smell of roasted meat made him dizzy. Li Qingshan nodded and leapt up. "Li Qingshan has destroyed the Black Wind stronghold here. I have fulfilled my promise to the people of Crouching Ox Village, to Sir, and to myself." Huang Binggu and Lu Hong, on the other hand, noticed the crossbows among the scattered weapons. They understood the terror of these things the best. Just what kind of martial arts gave him such strength? Lu Hong knew he could not do what Li Qingshan had done. Even if the bandits did not move at all and lined up for him to hit, he would still be exhausted, not to mention that the bandits wielded various weapons and had many masters watching over them. Chapter 62. Thank you, everyone, for your assistance. Li Qingshan thanked Yi Duchuan, Huang Binggu, and Lu Hong one by one. No matter what their motives were, help was help, and their reward was the remaining granaries, warehouses, and armory of the Black Wind stronghold. As for the treasury, it had always been well hidden. With the fire, even the secret door had been destroyed. If they wanted to enter again, they could only move the rubble, find the right position, and force their way in. Everyone in the bandit hunting army was beaming with joy and sighed in relief. They had originally been worried, thinking that they would have to fight the Black Wind Mountain bandits to the death. Now, they could move the spoils of war without a drop of blood on their swords. It was great. They could even brag to others when they returned. Yi Duchuan, Huang Binggu, Lu Hong, and Li Qingshan stood together and watched everyone move the items. Li Qingshan seemed to be the leader. Other than the wine gourd at his waist and the flying dragon sword on his back, Li Qingshan also had a new porcelain jar at his waist and a painting scroll on his back. Naturally, the porcelain jar contained little N. He had absorbed the essence blood of so many bandits in one go, so he needed some time to digest and absorb it. As for the painting scroll, it was a spirit artifact he had obtained. Because it was calligraphy and could emit sword chi, he named it the cursive sword calligraphy. These two items attracted the attention of the other three, but he did not say, and no one tactfully asked. No matter what it was his spoils of war, and he could not allow others to touch it. Li Qingshan said, Chief Hunting's injuries are not serious, right? Huang Binggu said, don't worry, my blade is accurate. There won't be any injuries. Li Qingshan was startled, and then he laughed loudly. As expected of an experienced person. The human heart was complicated. It was moved by emotions and changed by benefits. There was falsehood in the truth, and truth in the falsehood. Right and wrong, gratitude and grudges could not be calculated, and there was no need to. With a smile, all gratitude and grudges were forgotten. Huang Binggu also laughed loudly, but he suddenly withdrew his smile. But the difficult part is yet to come. Little Black walked up and bowed deeply to this person who was about the same age as him. I've let you down. Today's scene had thoroughly shocked him. If such a person became an enemy of the Drawn Rains village, how terrifying would that be? Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and walked out of Black Wind stronghold. It's almost daybreak. Beyond the layers of red clouds, a bright light appeared in the east, and the fire was gradually extinguished. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped in his tracks. By the way, Hunting Chief, did the nickname Descended Tiger come from you? Maybe. Huang Binggu did not expect him to say this. Li Qingshan said, can you change it? Huang Binggu was startled, then smiled bitterly. This kind of name was spread among the people of the Jianghu. He had merely happened to be there, so how could he have the right to change it? Li Qingshan didn't know that he would soon have a new title. Black Tiger Li Qingshan. Yi Duchuan felt a deep regret at not being able to find the treasury of the Black Wind stronghold in the end, but he did not show it on his face. Occasionally, his gaze would meet the advisors, and they were both excited and overjoyed. A great merit, a great merit. Even though it was Li Qingshan's doing, Li Qingshan was the constable he had found, so he, as the county magistrate, could not miss out on the credit. He was already imagining the expression of his cheap brother-in-law, who looked down on him, when he received the news. Ha 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 ha, the Black Wind stronghold that several county magistrates could not quell was quelled by me as soon as I took office. Yi Duchuan laughed wildly and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. Of course, this is all thanks to you, Constable Li. I will definitely report this to the magistrate, who is my brother-in-law, to commend you for your contributions and help you get promoted and rich. Ha 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 ha. Constable Li. Li Qingshan only just remembered that he had this title. He smiled and said, thank you, Lord Yi, for your praise. Not a problem, not a problem. The army set off to return to the city. Li Qingshan had nothing to do, so he followed the army slowly. Along the way, everyone discovered that he was not as terrifying as they had imagined him to be. They gradually gathered around him, calling him constable and young hero. Even Li Qingshan, who had never experienced such treatment before, felt extremely satisfied. Compared to his mediocrity in his past life, the Crouching Ox village was in dire straits. This was what a good man should be like. He definitely did not pretend to be aloof or be indifferent to fame and fortune. Not only did he love fame and fortune, but he also loved wine, meat, and beauties. He had everything in the world. Huang Binggu bid farewell and returned to the Drawn Rains village to retrieve the tiger bone alcohol that Li Qingshan wanted. Li Qingshan said, if you have any ginseng, feel free to send it over. I'm willing to buy it for a high price. After dealing with this matter, he could truly begin practicing the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Although Oxen was very secretive about it, Li Qingshan could sense that this ordinary-looking ability contained mysteries that he had yet to comprehend. And, even if it really was just an ordinary ability, it was not something that any martial arts could compare to. It was extremely important to him. Although he was greedy for fame and fortune, he wasn't blinded by it. Tao Taoran had forgotten where he was. The current prosperity was just the calm before the storm. There were more and bigger challenges ahead. If he didn't prepare in advance, he would be defeated. However, not only did he not feel fear, but he even became slightly excited. He was just short of yelling for the storm to come even fiercer. This was the life that he had chosen. Although the roads were easy to travel during the day, they were unable to move quickly because they were carrying a great pile of supplies. Only when evening arrived did the group arrive at the city gates of Qingyang City. Just now, did they hear the deafening sound of gongs and firecrackers. Li Qingshan asked, "Is there a festival today?" Lu Hong said, "No, it must be to welcome you. The district magistrate has sent people back to report this beforehand." Sure enough, as soon as they entered the city, a warm aura flooded their faces. Despite it being winter, the streets were packed with people. What had happened in Qingyang City last night had shocked everyone in the city. As a result, everyone had been rather absent-minded during the day. Only when the news arrived did the entire city erupt into an uproar. Li Qingshan smiled and welcomed the crowd. At the same time, he could clearly sense a few hostile gazes from the tea house on the side of the street. He thought, "They've come so quickly. Humph, frogs at the bottom of a well. We've just destroyed a stronghold. Senior brother, when do we do it?" In the tea house, a woman in blue with a plain appearance but brimming with arrogance said. "There's no hurry. Let's wait a little longer." The senior brother who sat before her was a horse-faced man in his 30s. He was in his 30s, but his fingers were long and slender. His waist bulged, and his eyes shone brightly. He could tell with a single glance that he was a master of hidden weapons with great inner force. "We've made it just in time. If the news spreads, who knows how many people will come to steal it. Why don't we strike first and gain the upper hand? I don't think I can kill 200 bandits by myself. The descended tiger is in full swing right now, so he'll be difficult to deal with." The horse-faced man shook his head. They had only managed to come across this opportunity in Qingyang City, so they wanted to take advantage of it. Chapter 63. It's better to be cautious in the Jianghu. It's better not to get the spiritual ginseng than to put yourself in danger. There are other people here, let them test the waters first. The long-faced man's earnest advice only made the lady in blue look down on him. "Master said that you have to listen to me when you're outside." The long-faced man was also angry. "If you want to die, go ahead. Don't drag me down. If you're not Master's daughter, I would have left long ago." He was deeply aware of the dangers of the Jianghu. If he was not careful, even if he managed to get the spiritual ginseng, he would probably be killed. If Li Qingshan was a clever person, he would immediately offer up the spiritual ginseng, or he would be dead for sure. No, even if he did offer it up, the person who received it would definitely silence him to prevent the news from leaking out and being hunted down by everyone. The long-faced man looked at Li Qingshan in the crowd as if he was looking at a dead man. He took a sip of tea. Even if he couldn't get the spiritual ginseng, it would be a wonderful thing to see such a lucky young talent die in the dangerous Jianghu. It was the restaurant where the intense battle had taken place last night again. Li Qingshan sat in the seat of honor, receiving the fearful gazes of the aristocrats and cup after cup of fine alcohol. When he drank a cup, he suddenly stopped and looked at the rippling alcohol in the cup. Following his movement, the restaurant quietened down. A aristocrat asked carefully, "Arresterly, what's wrong?" Li Qingshan said lightly, "This wine is poisoned." He casually poured the wine on the ground. White smoke immediately rose, showing the intensity of the poison. This poison was colorless and odorless. If he hadn't activated his spiritual eyes and been careful enough to see the strangeness in the wine, he would have been poisoned by now. The aristocrat's face turned pale. He was the one who poured the wine for Li Qingshan just now. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "It wasn't me." Li Qingshan suddenly stood up. When the aristocrat was about to cry for help, he saw Li Qingshan look at the waiter at the side. "You're the one who poisoned it, right?" This was almost beast-like intuition, a sensitive reaction to killing intent and hostility. "I don't think I've seen him before." "He's not the waiter here," a aristocrat said. The waiter panicked and cried out for his innocence. Suddenly, he saw a fist hurtling towards him. Before the fist had even arrived, the gust of wind from it had already rushed over, suffocating him. He could no longer afford to hide anymore. A dagger slid out of his sleeve and stabbed towards Li Qingshan's abdomen viciously. With a dull thud, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the waiter's chest caved in. His body flew out of the building and landed on the street. He still held the knife tightly, its tip bent. Li Qingshan behaved as if nothing had happened. He turned around and said, "Let's keep drinking." He knew this was not even an appetizer. But no one could drink. Li Qingshan said, "Sir Yi, the sect master of the Dragon's Gate sect, Yang Anji, has publicly assaulted and killed an official, and he's now fled. Have you issued a warrant for his arrest?" Yi Duchuan said, "Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely mention this in the official document I send to the prefect. We cannot stay for long in a den of bandits like the Dragon's Gate sect. As a constable, I am willing to wipe out the Dragon's Gate sect and capture Yang Anji. What do you think, Lord Master?" The aristocrats were horrified. The Dragon's Gate sect was probably going to follow in the footsteps of the Black Wind stronghold. Fortunately, most of them had summoned their descendants back as soon as possible. Yi Duchuan looked at the sky and said, "Is it too late?" Li Qingshan said, "Thank you for your concern, Lord Master. I'll be back soon." Since he could not drink, he would find something to do. He would not let the culprit behind all this go, the Dragon's Gate sect. He would not give his enemies a chance to rest and recuperate. Comrade Lei Feng had once taught us to treat our comrades as warm as spring and our enemies as cruel and merciless as winter. The Dragon's Gate sect sat on the Dragon's Gate mountain 5 kilometers away from the city. When Li Qingshan left the city gates, he did not take the main road. Instead, he made his way up the Dragon's Gate in a hurry. As soon as he made it out of the city gates, 2 black figures tailed him, but they were not the senior brother and junior sister. They just happened to be in the vicinity of Qingyang City and had heard the news of the spiritual ginseng. The waiter who had poisoned the spiritual ginseng happened to be their companion. He had been waiting below the restaurant the entire time, waiting to poison Li Qingshan to death and flee immediately after obtaining the spiritual ginseng. If they failed, the 3 of them would take action together. However, all they saw was the waiter's corpse being tossed out. Afterwards, Li Qingshan leapt out of the window as well, heading straight out of the city. They looked at one another. "He's escaping." They could not help but follow him. Although the straight-line distance was 5 kilometers, he had to traverse mountains and ridges along the way, so it was not a measly 5 kilometers. Li Qingshan strode forward, leaving behind a deep footprint with each step. When he came across ditches and ridges, he would slow down and stop for a moment. As it seemed, there was a reason why people described him as clumsy and heavy. This was because the ox demon's fist of great strength focused on practicing the body, not qi. It did not have any techniques to lighten the body or lift qi at all. He only channeled true qi into his feet instinctively when he ran, allowing him to move slightly faster. But at this moment, his situation was a little special. His spine was twisted in a strange way, and he kept adjusting his body as he ran, as if he was stretching his waist. His neck was also constantly twisting, and he was also panting heavily. His heart was beating like a drum, and white steam rose from his body, but it was actually his sweat. Running should have been effortless for him, but he actually felt like he was bearing a great burden. However, his footsteps became faster and faster. With each step, he seemed more graceful. His body bent forward as his arms drooped down. He was like a humanoid wild beast, running through the forest faster and faster. In the pitch-black forest, the trees rapidly approached him before being quickly thrown behind again. Suddenly, a precipitous hill that stood 20 to 30 meters tall appeared before him. If it were him in the past, he definitely would have stopped and thought about how he could make his way around it or climb up. But now, not only did he not stop, but he even sped up towards the hill. As soon as he reached the bottom of the hill, he lowered his body and pushed off with his feet, leaping up. He extended his hands and grabbed two protruding rocks. With another push, he leapt up the hill. The entire movement was completed in a single stroke, just like a vicious tiger scaling a mountain. This form was the Tiger Demon climbs the mountain from the Tiger Demon's Fist of Bone Forging. Oxen had already passed on the Tiger Demon's Fist of Bone Forging to Li Qingshan. He had spent the entire time on his way back to Qingyang City studying it. With the accumulation from the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, it was much easier. He grasped the method very quickly and experimented with it as he ran. These were the three most basic forms of the 9 forms of the Tiger Demon's Fist of Bone Forging. The Tiger Demon flexes its spine, the Tiger Demon stretches its back, and the Tiger Demon bumps its head. These were the foundations of the Tiger Demon's Fist of Bone Forging. The other forms used them as a foundation. Chapter 64. However, increasing the burden on his body wasn't a bad thing. In fact, it was a great thing. Although Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength bestowed extraordinary strength, endurance, and defensive abilities, he often felt that it was a waste. His strength was great, but if he wasn't fast enough, it would be useless if he couldn't land a hit. That was why he had no choice but to take the risk when dealing with Yang Anji. With greater endurance, he could hold out for longer, but in a life-and-death battle, it was all about the speed of a spark and myriad changes in the blink of an eye. If he didn't land a hit, he would flee 1,000 miles away. There weren't many opportunities to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. With a strong defense, he could bully experts who used their fists, but if he used a sword or sharp blade, he might not be able to withstand the so-called needle-pricking cowhide. Moreover, it was better to hit someone than to take a beating. However, Tiger Demon's Fist of Bone Forging solved these problems from the root. It allowed him to explode his strength and stamina in an instant, greatly increasing his speed. Other than Tiger Demon climbs the mountain, there were 2 other forms of Tiger Demon's Fist of Bone Forging. Tiger Demon leaps over the ravine and Tiger Demon descends the mountain. They contained all the movements of leaping up and down, pouncing forward and retreating. It was truly like a ferocious tiger passing through the forest, coming and going like the wind. Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks and let his wildly beating heart slowly calm down. He closed his eyes and tried to comprehend the feeling of just now. At the same time, he was also waiting. The 2 black figures' qigong was actually quite good. After a while, they walked out of the forest. Using the bright snowy light, they immediately saw Li Qingshan on the hillside. At the same time, they felt a fierce and dangerous aura. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed. "You're just 2 third-rate masters, yet you're bold enough to chase after me. How bold of you! Since you've come, then leave your lives behind." Before the 2 of them could reply, he immediately shifted from stillness to lunge down. Tiger Demon descends the mountain. The descended tiger, Li Qingshan. However, the 2 of them remembered Li Qingshan's nickname at the same time. Not only did Li Qingshan find this nickname unpleasant, but even they found it hilariously tacky when they first heard it. However, when the shadow approached them, neither of them could laugh. They hated themselves for believing in the rumors and getting greedy. They didn't expect Li Qingshan, a fledgling, to be so strong. Yang Anji released the news of the spiritual ginseng, but he definitely wouldn't mention the scandal of him being played mahjong. As for the matter of Li Qingshan destroying the Black Wind stronghold by himself, because it was too bizarre, they didn't believe it either. They only saw Li Qingshan return to the city with 2 famous experts and several hundred people. It was already too late to escape. Tiger Demon steals heart. Li Qingshan's hands formed claws and pierced into their chests. With a grab and pull, he pulled out 2 blood-red hearts that were still beating. In addition to the 3 basic moves of strength training, Tiger Demon flexes its spine, Tiger Demon stretches its waist, and Tiger Demon touches its head. There were also the 3 sweeping moves of Tiger Demon leaps over the ravine, Tiger Demon climbs the mountain, and Tiger Demon descends the mountain. The Tiger Demon Fist of Bone Forging also had 3 moves that were purely used to kill and injure. They were Tiger Demon Steals Heart, Tiger Demon Rips the Goat, and Tiger Demon Roars. It was several times more ferocious than the Ox Demon Fist of Great Strength. Little Anne, come. The porcelain jar opened and Little Anne flew out. The blood color on his body had faded, leaving behind only a layer of red. He had basically returned to the appearance of a white skeleton. Li Qingshan clenched his fist. Blood dripped onto the white bones and instantly seeped in. This was the so-called blood of a living person. Such a cultivation method was evil and terrifying to the extreme. However, Li Qingshan didn't feel the slightest discomfort. It wasn't just because these 2 people wanted to harm him and there was nothing wrong with killing them. He smelled the thick stench of blood and a cruel delight surged from the bottom of his heart. The red light in the depths of his eyes also became more and more dazzling. In the eyes of mortals, oxen had always been relatively honest and docile creatures. Although they had their moments of violence, they couldn't compare to tigers that hunted for food. It was the same for the fist techniques named after these 2 beasts. If the Ox Demon Fist of Great Strength had only strengthened his bloodlust, then the Tiger Demon Fist of Bone Forging had completely stimulated the murderous nature in his heart. Those who were good at fighting liked to fight, and those who were good at killing liked to kill. This was the common sense of the world. Li Qingshan used his blood-stained hand to rub Little Anne's head and said gently, "Come out and get some fresh air." Although he didn't know how a skeleton could get some fresh air, Little Anne still happily climbed onto Li Qingshan's shoulder. Li Qingshan took off, but he didn't know that not long after he left, another 2 people rushed over. They were the long-faced man and the woman in blue from the tea house. The 2 of them were experienced in the Jianghu after all. They were not the scions of the Dragon's Gate sect. Even the woman in blue paled slightly when she saw this scene. Humph, the 3 Banes of Yao. To think that these 3 pieces of trash would dare set their sights on the spirit ginseng. Senior brother, he left the city to challenge the Dragon's Gate sect. This is a good opportunity for us. Once both sides are heavily injured, we'll be the aureole behind them. We'll take the spirit ginseng and leave. Shut up. The long-faced man squatted down to examine the corpse. When he heard the woman in blue's plan, he cut her off with a livid expression. Let's go. We'll leave now. The further we go, the better. The woman in blue shouted, "What did you say?" Although the 3 Banes of Yao are not impressive figures, they do have some skills. Ignoring the fact that the 3 Banes are skilled in poison, the martial arts of the first and second Banes are pretty good. Even if they work together, I would have to put in a lot of effort. However, now that I'm on guard, I can't even withstand a single black tiger steals the heart before my heart was dug out. This Li Qingshan is not someone we can deal with. The rumors of the Black Wind stronghold might be true, the long-faced man said calmly, but his voice trembled slightly. The horse-faced man spoke calmly, but his voice was slightly trembling. He could imagine what would happen if he were to be incited to attack. We're using hidden weapons to launch sneak attacks. Are we supposed to fight him head-on? As long as we use our movement techniques to open up a distance, it will be fine. Senior brother, you're really too cowardly. Riches come from danger. If we obtain the spirit ginseng. The woman in blue chattered on. When she mentioned the spirit ginseng, her eyes lit up. Pa! There was a clear slap. The woman in blue covered her face in disbelief. You actually dared to hit me? The long-faced man said, if you want to die, go by yourself. Don't drag me along. Go back and tell Master. Let's see if Master will punish me or praise me. He swung his hand and left. The woman in blue was stunned for a while, but she still chased after him. Senior brother, how can you do this? The Dragon Gate mountain was towering on the ground. The mountain was steep and precipitous. There were cliffs on 3 sides, especially on the east side. It was as if it had been chopped out by an axe. The cliff was several hundred feet high. It was straight up and down. Even monkeys would find it difficult to climb it. However, at this moment, the dark eastern cliff flickered with sparks of fire as it flew up quickly. Chapter 65. After killing the 3 evils of Yao, Li Qingshan rushed through the mountains and forests. There were no longer any obstructions. He crossed the rivers he came across and crossed the ridges he came across. His usage of the tiger demon's fist of bone forging became more and more ingenious. In less than 2 hours, he arrived at the cliff to the east of the Dragon's Gate. The mountain stabbed into his face like a sharp sword. He immediately thought about what to do as his body and mind sped up towards the cliff. 300 meters in the air, the wind whistled past his ears, but he ignored it. His eyes were as sharp as needles as he searched the cliff nervously, searching for a rock he could grab onto. Even if it was just an extremely small protrusion, he could use it as leverage. When he ran out of leverage, he would grab onto the cliff viciously. If the cliff was treated as flat ground, then Li Qingshan would be like a huge tiger with his back hunched and 4 limbs on the ground. However, he seemed like he was walking on flat ground, graceful and at ease. Only he knew that he was treading on thin ice, putting himself in danger. The slightest mistake would make him fall from several hundred meters in the air. Even with his body of steel, he would be smashed to pieces. It was no less dangerous than the Black Wind stronghold. However, he was fearless. Instead, his blood surged. The extreme danger had squeezed out all of the potential in his body. His spirit, willpower, and vigor had all reached unprecedented heights. He finally understood where the joy of those mountaineers who risked their lives to scale the highest peaks lay. He understood why there were people who liked extreme sports. To challenge difficulties and obstacles and achieve what others could not achieve had always been the nature and instincts of a hot-blooded man. He ignored the constant signals of exhaustion from his body, and he ignored the groans from his bones that could not hold on any longer. His body overloaded instead brought him the pleasure of releasing his soul, like flying. Suddenly, a valley appeared before him. He leapt as hard as he could, and only when he saw the buildings did he suddenly realize that this was not a valley, but a mountain peak. The world in his head flipped once again. He landed on the cliff on one knee and stood up to look back. The mountains were like beasts. The tiny Qingyang city was surrounded by these beasts as if it was in danger of being ripped to shreds at any time. This was not a world where people could live in peace. It was filled with unimaginable danger. During the decade or so he had spent in the Crouching Ox village, he had grumbled countless times. He missed the comfortable rooms of his past life, where he could eat various foods, and spend an entire day in front of his computer. Even after the appearance of oxen, which could be described as great power, he still hesitated inside. He was comparing the 2 lives. Which one was better? Only tonight did he suddenly get the answer. He cut off the last shred of hesitation and opened his arms as if to embrace the world. This is the life I want. This is the adventurer's paradise. The biting cold wind made the young man's clothes flutter. On this cliff, he made an end to his past life, to the old dream that had haunted him for 15 years. I am Li Qingshan, the Li of Muzi, the Li of Li. Where in the world is there not a lush mountain? Little and crawled out of the jar as well. He stared at Li Qingshan blankly. Although he had no idea what he was thinking, he seemed to sense his will. He thought to himself, no matter where you want to go, I will accompany you until the end. Li Qingshan turned around resolutely and made his way towards the buildings and halls. That was where the Dragon's Gate sect stood. It was already quite late, but the soaring dragon hall of the Dragon's Gate sect was still brightly lit. The sect master, Yang Anji, sat in the seat of honor. Beside him was the pale-faced, resentful Yang Jun. The elders and core disciples of the sect stood to the two sides. They were all stern, and none of them said anything. Even the roaring flames could not warm their hearts. The Black Wind stronghold had been destroyed by Li Qingshan. This piece of news weighed on everyone's chests like a boulder. The Dragon's Gate sect was quite impressive. Li Qingshan had only returned to Qingyang City in the evening, but the news had already reached the Dragon's Gate sect in the evening. It was quite fast. Yang Jun roared out with a twisted face, "That's impossible. It must be a rumor. It's only been a day. It's not like the Black Wind stronghold is made of paper. How could they be destroyed?" Jun, stop talking. It's the army of Qingyang City, and there's Lu Hong and Huang Binggu working together too. It's no surprise that the Black Wind stronghold has been destroyed. I just never thought it would be so fast. Yang Anji truly lived up to his reputation as the sect master of a sect. He was still able to maintain some composure after hearing about such a great event. An elder said, "I never thought Lu Hong and Huang Binggu would work together to help that kid. Senior brother, what do we do now? Many aristocrats have summoned their descendants back. What do you mean help that kid? It's just for the treasures of the Black Wind stronghold. They won't spare the Dragon's Gate sect. This is basically an unprecedented disaster for our Dragon's Gate sect." The Dragon's Gate sect had been established for many years now. Although it had never been a large sect of the Jianghu, it did possess a very deep foundation in Qingyang. Martial arts and influence combined to form an absolute ruling force. Right now, they were like a local tyrant who had been living comfortably, suddenly hearing that the entire world was revolting. They basically felt like the end of the world had arrived. "Senior brother, I've said long ago that we need to restrain our disciples from running amok. If they run amok like this, they'll provoke powerful enemies sooner or later and bring great trouble to our Dragon's Gate sect." Although the disciplinary elder said this to Yang Anji, he was looking at Yang Jun. The others all showed resentment too. "Old bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Your idiotic son has someone else's wife and daughter come looking for them. Who stood up for them?" Yang Jun was furious. Normally, he would never speak to his seniors like that, but he had suddenly lost his martial arts. Even the Dragon's Gate sect that protected him might not be able to protect him anymore. He had lost his mind, so he no longer cared. "You!" The disciplinary elder's face reddened. "All of you, shut up." Yang Anji's voice boomed through the hall. His inner force could not be underestimated. Is now the time for internal strife? No matter what happened in the past, the priority right now is to deal with the crisis before us. I've already sent disciples to guard the mountain path and pass on the news with torches. If someone attacks the mountain en masse, they definitely won't be able to hide from us. If we really can't stop them, we can only retreat through the secret passageway in the ancestral hall with our savings. We'll abandon the Dragon's Gate mountain and preserve our strength. At the end of the day, the Dragon's Gate sect was a sect that had existed for several generations. Apart from the young masters of aristocrats, there were still many loyal disciples who served them. However, these disciples never imagined that their sect master had already made plans to abandon them. Abandon the Dragon's Gate Mountain. Everyone in the hall was shocked. They had thought of the worst-case scenario, but when they suddenly heard it, they still struggled to accept it. I'm only talking about the worst-case scenario, and it's only a temporary plan. I've already sent letters to all the members of the Martial Arts Society, both orthodox and evil. Everyone has already learnt about the news of the spiritual ginseng. Before long, Qinyang City will be filled with people of the Jianghu. Not only will the kid be dead, but even Lu Hong and Huang Binggu might die a violent death. As long as we preserve our strength, we'll be able to make a comeback before long. Chapter 66. Yang Anji's expression changed drastically. He had not sensed Li Qingshan's arrival at all. Li Qingshan raised his leg and strode forward. He no longer seemed clumsy. Instead, he was as light and silent as a feline. The other elders and disciples were still wondering who he was. Yang Jun roared, "Li Qingshan!" Everyone in the hall stood up at the same time, pressing down on their swords. There was a flurry of discussion. What are the disciples guarding the mountain doing? How did you get up here? Who else? Get out here. You don't have to worry about how I got up here. I'm the only one here today. Li Qingshan looked around and saw that there were many people he did not know. He said, "I'm only here today to kill the culprit. The rest of you can leave the hall. I'll give you 10 minutes. He turned to the side, making way for the door behind him. However, what he received in response was the sound of swords being drawn. Eerie sword light flickered. The disciplinary hall elder said, "There's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge in instead. To think that you dared to sneak up the mountain alone. Do you really think that our Dragon's Gate sect is a pushover?" He was in charge of punishment and was known for his callousness in the Dragon's Gate sect. He looked at Li Qingshan like he was looking at the disciples who had offended him. Kill him. He's our Dragon's Gate sect's greatest enemy. If not for him, the Dragon's Gate sect wouldn't be where it is today. How dare he send himself to our doorstep? We can't let him off so easily. I want to chop off all his limbs. Originally, everyone had almost fallen out with each other, but due to the appearance of the culprit, Li Qingshan, they banded together. They wanted to unleash all of their fury on him. They were tempted to cut him to pieces and cut him to pieces. To them, Li Qingshan, who had come alone, was already a piece of meat on the chopping block, ready for them to do as they pleased. Only Yang Anji remained silent. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, sensing the changes in Li Qingshan. Originally, Li Qingshan was like an iron rod. Although it was powerful and heavy, it lacked variation in sharpness. As for the current Li Qingshan, he seemed to have been sharpened and revealed his ability, causing others to raise their eyebrows. Li Qingshan said with a calm expression, "Then, the Dragon's Gate sect will be the next Black Wind stronghold." Killing intent surged in his heart, and his entire body surged with killing chi, pressing towards the people of the Dragon's Gate sect. Such a heavy murderous aura. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, feeling as if the temperature in the hall had suddenly dropped by a few degrees. Young Jun, who had been crippled of his martial arts, almost collapsed to the ground. Li Qingshan took advantage of this opportunity and used the tiger demon leaping over the ravine to pounce on the Dragon's Gate disciple closest to him. There was a distance of more than 10 steps between them, and Li Qingshan closed the distance in an instant. He used the tiger demon digs out the heart to swipe at Li Qingshan, and the sound of his 5 fingers tearing through the air was terrifying. Even a lion would use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. It would never rely on its advantage to waste words with its enemy. That disciple had not expected Li Qingshan to suddenly attack. In his shock and fear, he could not even use half of his strength. He could only watch as Li Qingshan's hand reached into his chest and dug out a bloody heart before casually tossing it aside. Shaoan leapt up and caught the heart in his hand, absorbing the heart's blood. Ever since he learned from Li Qingshan that there was a chance for him to recover his body of flesh and blood, he had done this with the attitude of completing a sacred ceremony. 2 balls of fire flashed in Little N's eye sockets as he swept his gaze across the people in the hall. As long as he killed this group of people, he would be one step closer to his goal. No matter the price, he wanted to appear before Xiao Chen with a physical body again. Everyone from the Dragon's Gate sect had reacted when Li Qingshan killed that disciple. However, they came to an abrupt halt as they looked at this strange scene in horror. Beside the flickering candlelight, a skeleton was holding a human heart and devouring it. Only 2 words appeared in their minds. Demon. Since Little N no longer possessed the ability to conceal himself, there was no need for him to do so. Li Qingshan drew the ancestral sword of the Dragon's Gate sect, the Soaring Dragon Sword, and stabbed it into the ground. I've long heard that the Dragon's Gate sect is famous for its sword arts. Little N, come and have a spar. Little N tossed the heart aside and grabbed the Soaring Dragon Sword. The sword was a little too big for him, but the moment he grasped the hilt, his aura changed. He was like a peerless swordsman. The tip of the sword pointed diagonally, and every single person from the Dragon's Gate sect felt like they were enveloped by the sword's aura. The Discipline Hall elder's face was pale. He no longer had the confidence he had just now. As a member of a sword sect, no matter what kind of person they were, they still knew their stuff when it came to sword techniques. The person who had left behind the sword aura and sword intent on the scroll was someone who could draw a spirit artifact and was praised by Oxen. Even though Little N had only comprehended a portion of the sword technique from it, it surpassed all the sword techniques of a second-rate sect like the Dragon's Gate sect. The marble tiles beneath Li Qingshan's feet shattered, and he vanished from where he stood. He used the tiger demon leaping over the ravine again, ignoring everyone else in the hall and going straight for the sect master of the Dragon's Gate sect, Yang Anji. Yang Anji shouted, "Kill him!" His voice jolted everyone in the hall back to their senses. They were swordsmen who had practiced the sword for many years, so they would not be truly intimidated. They knew that this was a moment of life and death. Their eyes reddened, and they used their full strength. Over a dozen streaks of sword chi pierced towards Li Qingshan, who was in midair and had nowhere to go. Li Qingshan did not dodge or dodge. He did not even glance at the sword flashes. His pupils narrowed to the size of needles as he stared at Yang Anji like a ruthless wild beast. Yang Anji's sword was finally unsheathed. It was another treasured sword that flashed with spiritual light. Although it was slightly inferior to the Soaring Dragon Sword, it still had the ability to cut through metal and jade. It manifested 7 layers of sword silhouettes, creating 7 sword flowers that attacked Li Qingshan. Even if the other swords could not pierce through Li Qingshan's skin, this sword would definitely take Li Qingshan's life. Just as Li Qingshan was about to make a move, Little N suddenly rushed out from below. The Soaring Dragon Sword also manifested 7 layers of sword silhouettes, creating 7 sword flowers that clashed with Yang Anji's sword, producing a series of sharp clangs. Behind Little N, the group of Dragon's Gate elders and disciples froze like statues, maintaining the posture of stabbing at Li Qingshan. Horrifying wounds appeared on their necks, chests, and foreheads. Blood spurted out of their mouths at practically the same time as they fell to the ground. The instant Li Qingshan made his move, Little N held the Soaring Dragon Sword and attacked at the same time. However, he stayed close to the ground as he passed through the hall. While everyone was attacking Li Qingshan with all their might, he instantly killed all the elders and disciples. Then, he faced Yang Anji's sword. He was not a child, but a demonic cultivator who cultivated demonic arts. The Soaring Dragon Sword was not a toy either, but a terrifying weapon that could take someone's life. When Little N first mastered the path of white bone and great beauty, Li Qingshan had once said that he could probably flatten the Black Wind stronghold alone. Now that he had comprehended the sword techniques of a spiritual artifact and used a weapon like the soaring dragon sword, Little N had finally seen just how powerful he was. This kid. Their martial prowess had gradually surpassed the realm of second-rate experts. This was the Jianghu. Under the suppression of absolute martial prowess, numbers were basically useless. Chapter 67. Yang Anji saw the hall littered with corpses. The Dragon's Gate sect's legacy had ended in his hands in the blink of an eye. This was because Li Qingshan had been a weakling in his eyes back then. Dealing with weaklings was not called provoking, but taking advantage of. However, today, Yang Anji had become the one being taken advantage of. After exchanging blows with Little N, Yang Anji managed to escape from death, just in time to avoid Li Qingshan's full-powered pounce. Otherwise, if Li Qingshan used his moves, he would be confident of seeing the color of Yang Anji's heart. As for Little N, he had instantly killed 10 people and knocked away Yang Anji's sword. He was also at the end of his tether, unable to catch up immediately. "Father, save me." Yang Jun looked at the two monsters within reach. He no longer had any arrogance. He extended his hand to Yang Anji, pleading for help with a face filled with fear. However, Yang Anji had no intention of stopping. He rushed to the back of the hall like a wisp of smoke. He could have more sons, but he only had one life. He was truly a hero who cut his losses, extremely vicious. Yang Jun instantly despaired. He closed his eyes and felt a strong wind blow at him, but he did not feel any pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Li Qingshan and Little N did not even look at him, rushing past him and chasing after Yang Anji. Yang Anji's movement techniques were impressive. Once he got far away, it would be difficult to catch up. Yang Jun rarely took off his clothes. He ignored his sweat-drenched heavy clothes and immediately moved his feet, rushing out of the hall. He kept repeating in his heart, "I must take revenge. I must take revenge." Pfft. A bone hand stabbed into his back, piercing through him. Yang Jun looked at his chest in disbelief. He took a few steps forward and fell to the ground with a thud. When Little N saw that Yang Jun wanted to escape, he swung his left arm, and his bone arm flew out like a hidden weapon, killing him. As if it was being pulled by an invisible force, the skeletal arm flew to the back of the palace. Behind the main hall was the Dragon's Gate sect's ancestral hall. It enshrined the portraits of the past sect masters of the Dragon's Gate sect. The first sect master's portrait was the largest, close to 3 meters tall. It depicted a swordsman as tall as a grown man, wielding the soaring dragon sword as he looked down on the entire ancestral hall with an indifferent expression. It was rumored that when he arrived in Qingyang, he saw bandits running amok and slaughtering the innocent, so he killed his way into the den of bandits alone and slaughtered them all. He became known as the Soaring Dragon Swordsman, which was similar to Li Qingshan's rise to fame. The commoners and gentry of Qingyang were all filled with gratitude. They asked him to stay behind, so he established a sect on the Dragon's Gate mountain and passed down martial arts, establishing the Dragon's Gate sect. However, he probably never imagined that this would happen today. No, perhaps he did. The secret passageway of the Dragon's Gate sect was built behind the offering table beneath his portrait. As long as he entered it, he would be able to pass through the center of the mountain and escape with his life from an unknown exit. This was where Yang Anji's objective lay. Yang Anji's confidence in his movement technique was crushed by the wind that constantly drew closer from behind. He only needed an instant, and he would end up like the elders and disciples in the hall. Perhaps he had lost his mind due to fear, but he actually cried out, "Save me, founding ancestor." Li Qingshan immediately pulled back the hand that he had extended towards Yang Anji's back. He was worried that Yang Anji would be like Xiong Xiangu, possessing trump cards that surpassed regular cultivators. With his current experience, items that belonged to the category of spiritual artifacts or techniques were not rare in this world. These techniques could be very weak, but they could also be very powerful, making it impossible for him to accurately predict them. Indeed, before Yang Anji finished speaking, a small sword on the offering table suddenly shone brightly and flew towards Li Qingshan. Although the small sword shone with golden light, it was clearly a wooden sword that had been painted gold. At this moment it exploded with astonishing sword light, illuminating the pitch-black ancestral hall as it turned into a golden rainbow. The sword was still dozens of feet away, but Li Qingshan already felt a stabbing pain in his forehead. Furthermore, he had a feeling that no matter how he dodged, he would definitely not be able to avoid the sword's attack. Yang Anji relaxed slightly. This was a secret that only the previous Dragon's Gate sect leader knew. When their founding ancestor passed away, he did not leave behind a corpse, but only this small sword. It was very similar to the Daoists' Bingjie. He had instructed his first disciple, who was Yang Anji's ancestor, to worship and pray to this small sword every day. He could not slack off. Once a strong enemy invaded, he could call for help, and they would definitely be able to avert danger. However, it could only be used once. Although Yang Anji had also followed and prayed for decades, he did not believe this rumor at first. He had also examined the small sword, and it was only an extremely ordinary wooden sword. Any iron sword would be able to split it in half. However, he did not dare to not believe it. He had also considered how to use it, but he thought that once the Iron Fist and the Drawn Reins village joined forces, with the county magistrate's troops, they would definitely attack the mountain on a large scale. With thousands of people attacking, a sword that could only be used once would not have any decisive effect. It was not until this moment of life and death that he finally gave it a try, disregarding everything else, that he actually succeeded. Li Qingshan also knew that he could not take it head-on. His body flipped in the air, but the small sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It twisted in the air and let out a shrill whistle as it tore through the air. With a whoosh, it pounced towards Li Qingshan like lightning. Li Qingshan felt that the spot between his brows was becoming more and more powerful, and cold air assaulted his face. Suddenly, he thrust his sword horizontally, piercing the body of the small sword. Little N tried to help Li Qingshan out of the predicament, but not only did his sword that could pierce through metal and stone fail to break the small wooden sword, he instead felt a huge force pass through the body of the sword. The flying dragon sword that could cut through iron like mud shattered into countless pieces, shooting in all directions. Little N was also sent flying, crashing into a pillar. However, the small sword only dimmed slightly. After a pause, it continued piercing towards Li Qingshan. It would not rest until it took his life. Li Qingshan had already retreated to a corner of the hall. Using the opportunity Little N had bought for him, he unfurled the cursive sword calligraphy and poured in his quintessence without caring about anything else. At this critical moment, a slash lit up, and a sword light soared up and shot out, clashing with the small sword that shone with golden light. There was no sound that could be considered loud. Only a ring of spiritual light spread out in the hall, like a small sun that suddenly rose up. However, Li Qingshan felt like thunder rumbled in his ears. His ears buzzed, and a trickle of blood flowed out. The light dissipated very quickly, and the portraits of the Dragon's Gate sect master turned into powder and scattered. It was the same for Li Qingshan's clothes. On closer inspection, there were thousands of sword marks that were as thin as a cow's hair on the walls and floor. The shattered small sword released thousands of sword chi that were as fine as light, silently piercing through everything in the hall. Even Li Qingshan could not help but be dumbfounded by such might. The might of the flying sword left a deep impression in his mind. Yang Anji had been guarding the entrance to the secret passageway in the first place. When he saw that his assassination attempt had failed, he immediately turned around and entered the secret passageway. As long as he entered the secret passageway, he could activate the mechanism and place down a huge boulder to seal the entrance. No one would be able to catch up to him then. Chapter 68. The moment Yang Anji took a step forward, he collapsed to the ground as if he had been electrocuted. His entire body trembled as blood seeped out from every pore on his body. Before long, he had turned into a bloody gourd. The sharp sword qi did not distinguish friend from foe. Li Qingshan had only managed to avoid injury because of his true qi, but Yang Anji only cultivated inner force, which was qualitatively different from true qi. It was not enough to block the sword qi. The entire ancestral hall began to creak. Dust and wood scattered down. The sword qi had destroyed the entire structure, and it looked like it was about to collapse. With the earth and wood weighing down, Li Qingshan did not dare to be careless. "Little An, run!" However, he charged straight for Yang Anji. The sound of the ancestral hall collapsing echoed for over 5 kilometers. Dust spread through the entire Dragon's Gate mountain, immediately alarming the disciples guarding the mountain. They all rushed up the mountain. In the main hall up ahead, the dust dissipated, and Li Qingshan's figure appeared. He held a heart in his hand. Little and lowered his head in guilt. If he had not forced himself to exchange blows with Yang Anji, he would not have had the chance to escape to the ancestral hall. Li Qingshan would not have had to take such a huge risk. Li Qingshan rubbed Little An's head. "It's fine." He was like a father doting on his child, or an older brother doting on his younger brother. Cruelty and gentleness, two completely opposite temperaments, appeared on him at the same time. It was extremely contradictory, yet logical. Using the tiger digging out the heart technique, he took the hearts of over a dozen Dragon's Gate sect experts. After Little and absorbed them, the flames in his eye sockets became much brighter. Both his strength and speed had increased significantly. The speed of his improvement was indeed worthy of its name. Li Qingshan took down the spiritual artifact sword that was slightly inferior to the soaring dragon sword from the beam. However, it was much smaller and more suitable for Little and to wield, allowing him to unleash the might of his sword technique. Li Qingshan searched through Dragon's Gate sect again and found a set of clothes to wear. However, he did not find a treasure trove like the one in Black Wind Stronghold. After all, the Dragon's Gate sect would not have bought so many gold and silver utensils for no reason. The Black Wind bandits were bandits themselves, so it was inconvenient for them to sell their loot. That was why they stored them in the treasure vault. However, he managed to find more than 10 bottles of medicine. They were labeled with the names 9 ginseng dew pill, deer fetus bone changing pill, and so on. Although they were not divine pills or miraculous medicines, the Dragon's Gate sect had spent a great deal of effort to refine them for the sake of nurturing their disciples. Although their effects could not compare to the spiritual ginseng spirit wine, they were far superior to the wine brewed from ordinary ginseng. As for his greatest gain, he found a stack of banknotes on the body of the Dragon's Gate's young master, Yang Jun. There were several tens of thousands of silver taels. Yang Anji had already made preparations to retreat. He had taken out all his savings and entrusted them to his only son for safekeeping in case of emergency. However, he did not expect that Li Qingshan would come so quickly and so fiercely. The disciples guarding the Dragon's Gate sect all rushed over. When they saw the collapse of the ancestral hall, they exchanged looks, dumbfounded. What's going on? When they rushed into the hall, they were immediately stunned by the horrifying scene before them. Corpses were strewn all over the place, each with a hole in their chest. Only one figure stood there with his back to them. A disciple mustered up his courage and shouted, "Who are you?" Li Qingshan patted the porcelain jar, placating the rather restless little Anne. Then he turned around and said, "I am Li Qingshan. The Dragon's Gate sect has been destroyed. You can all disperse." With that, he strode out of the hall. The Black Wind bandits were filled with crimes, so he had to kill them all. As for the people from the Dragon's Gate sect in the hall, they had already become sworn enemies with him. They wanted his life, so he could not spare them. However, these ordinary disciples of the Dragon's Gate sect were only used as sacrificial pawns. Even if he wanted to help Little and recover as soon as possible, he did not want to kill indiscriminately. Of course, if these disciples dared to draw their swords at him, he would not show any mercy. Those who used swords died by the sword, and those who killed should be prepared to be killed as well. Li Qingshan passed through the dozens of Dragon's Gate sect disciples, and they all opened up a path for him in unison. Just as Li Qingshan was about to reach the doors of the hall, someone drew his sword and roared, "I'll kill you." Then he charged at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan looked back at him indifferently, and the disciple froze. The murderous gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing into his heart. The sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and he fell to his knees, saying, "You are not human. You are a demon." A demon. Naturally, Li Qingshan did not take it to heart. He walked out of the hall at ease and took a deep breath. Another grudge had been settled. On the lone peak, the group of Dragon's Gate disciples followed behind Li Qingshan as they trembled. Li Qingshan arrived at the edge of the cliff and leapt off, vanishing into the snowy darkness. As the saying went, it was easier to go up the mountain than down. Compared to climbing up the mountain, Li Qingshan's path down the mountain was even more dangerous. He used the tiger demon descends the mountain and controlled his body with everything he had. He had to use every bit of power carefully. If he used a bit more or a bit less, he would end up smashed to pieces. However, with the experience from last time, he still managed to descend the mountain safely. He became more and more familiar with the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Just as Li Qingshan was in high spirits, his stomach growled loudly. He felt an intense wave of hunger. He had not been as hungry as he was right now, even after such a long battle during the long-range raid on the Black Wind stronghold last night. He sprinted along the way and returned to Qingyang City, only to see that the city gates were already closed. With a leap and a climb, he made his way over and returned to the restaurant. The restaurant was ablaze with lanterns. The banquet had yet to disperse. Everyone tasted their alcohol without much interest and chatted idly, waiting for Li Qingshan's news. Li Qingshan suddenly appeared before everyone. Everyone wondered whether he had not arrived at the Dragon's Gate sect at all, as his round trip had taken less than 2 hours. It was not even enough for regular people to climb up the Dragon's Gate mountain. However, although Li Qingshan used snow to wash away the bloodstains on him, the smell of blood was so heavy that it refused to disperse. Yi Duchuan said, "Qingshan." Li Qingshan said, "Please remain calm, sir. The Dragon's Gate sect has already been destroyed. Yang Anji, Yang Jun, and the bandits have all been wiped out. I've sent the other disciples to disperse on their own." Everyone in the restaurant gasped at the same time. If it were not for their fear of Li Qingshan's might, they basically would have doubted whether he was telling the truth or not. Just what kind of speed was that? He had gone to destroy the Black Wind stronghold, and the round trip had taken him an entire day and night. Yi Duchuan said, "So fast." Li Qingshan nodded. Although it had only been a day, he had already become stronger. First of all, Little and had practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, becoming a powerful ally. Then, he had practiced the tiger demon's fist of bone forging, converting his strength into destructive power. Chapter 69. Originally, when Lu Hong lost to Li Qingshan, he was still rather reluctant to accept it. He felt like Li Qingshan was bullying him for not using a weapon. He also knew how to use the blade. Only when Li Qingshan destroyed the Black Wind stronghold alone did he truly accept it. However, he only treated Li Qingshan as someone with extraordinary talent, someone who surpassed him. After all, Li Qingshan had the assistance of other masters. But now, he had a feeling that as long as Li Qingshan wanted to, he could take his life in a single strike. Let alone counterattacking, he did not even have the opportunity to flee. This was the intuition of an experienced member of the Jianghu. It had helped him avoid danger many times before, so it definitely would not be wrong. Had he already become a first-rate master? That was impossible. It had only been a day. However, the reality before him did not allow him to refute it. He deeply doubted whether reporting the matter of the spiritual ginseng to the headquarters of the Clear River Prefecture in Iron Fist was right or wrong. The leader of the main branch would definitely send people over. Everyone knew the value of the spiritual ginseng. However, even if he did not do that, the Clear River Prefecture would receive the news very soon under Yang Anji's intentional actions. This place would become a gathering place for people of the Jianghu very soon. Li Long also attended the celebratory banquet. As he looked at the high-spirited young man who had emerged from the Crouching Ox village with him, revered by the aristocrats, he was unable to describe whether he felt admiration or envy. His feelings were also a complete mess. However, he sharply noticed the change in Lu Hong's expression. He asked, "Master, are you all right?" Li Qingshan also heard that. He toasted him. "Old hero Lu, just now, I've left in too much of a hurry, so I've disturbed the mood. Take this cup of wine as an apology." Lu Hong stood up in a hurry. "Sai, Qingshan, you're making me look down on you by calling me that. What hero? Only old hero is true. The Jianghu belongs to you young people. Xiao Long, get up. You're from the same hometown, so you should drink a few more cups. I'll have to trouble you to take care of my disciple in the future, Qingshan." Everyone was confused. The Iron Fist possessed influence across the entire Clear River Prefecture. They were truly a great organization, yet they needed an outsider to look after their disciple. Li Qingshan stared blankly for a moment, then smiled and said, "Well said." He drained the wine in one gulp. It was obviously an extremely ordinary thing, yet it caused everyone to cheer loudly. Li Qingshan responded slightly, and his stomach began to rumble again. Many people smiled, but quickly hid their smiles. Yi Duchuan said, "Quickly make something to eat. Go, get the kitchen to send more dishes over." The more he looked at Li Qingshan, the more he liked him. As long as this Sheriff Li was present, he could easily subdue both the legal and illegal forces of Qingyang City, allowing him to truly live up to his name as the district magistrate. On the other hand, Li Qingshan was powerful and bold, but he also knew etiquette and propriety. He wasn't a frivolous youth who considered everyone beneath him. Sometimes, he was so experienced that he didn't seem like a youth at all. Li Qingshan had no idea what Yi Duchuan was thinking. Right now, all he had in his eyes was the table full of dishes. He really did consider everyone beneath him. In the beginning, he maintained a basic demeanor, but after a few mouthfuls of food, he could no longer care about that. He just opened his mouth wide and ate heartily, truly wolfing down the food. With a swipe of his chopsticks, an entire plate of food would be emptied. This was only because he used his strength skillfully. Regular people would not be able to achieve that. At the same time, he ate extremely meticulously. No matter what food entered his mouth, he would crush it with a single bite and grind it. He was even more efficient than other people chewing slowly. He took a small bite of a roast chicken, and he did not even spit out the bones. He also ground it up and swallowed it. In just a few bites, the roast chicken had been devoured cleanly. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never seen someone eat like this before. Before long, Li Qingshan had eaten half of the table full of dishes, but he still did not feel full at all. His stomach was like a great furnace that could never be filled, digesting and absorbing the food at an extremely fast rate, converting it into energy and delivering it to various parts of his body. Cheers even gradually rang out in the restaurant. "Young hero Li sure is gallant." "What young hero?" "It's a sheriff. With a gallant like Sheriff Li protecting us, why would we need to fear bandits?" Even Li Qingshan himself found it rather strange that a group of people cheered as he ate alone. He knew that his table manners definitely could not be described as pretty. To these aristocrats who lived like princes and cared about their appearance, he could definitely be labeled as a country bumpkin or a starving ghost. However, most of the praise was sincere. If regular people ate like this, they would have been drowned out by the disdainful gazes a long time ago. However, Li Qingshan was no regular person. He was an expert who had flattened 2 organizations in Qingyang. Everyone's evaluation of him immediately took a 180-degree turn, becoming bold and domineering. Li Qingshan ate and drank heartily. The dishes and alcohol were served up like flowing water. Only after eating 3 tables of dishes did he stop. It was getting late, so everyone dispersed. Naturally, someone had arranged a residence for him. It was quite a large courtyard in Qingyang City. Who knew how many cups of alcohol he had drunk? With his body's capacity for alcohol, he became rather drunk. As soon as he returned to his room, he collapsed on the bed and murmured, "Little An," he felt extremely at ease. If it were not for Little An, he would have never been bold enough to get so drunk and sleep. He would have to be on high alert at all times. This was the terrifying aspect of being targeted by everyone. If this continued for a long time, no matter how great your martial arts were, your mind would become exhausted and frail. It would be even more impossible for you to be in the mood to practice your abilities and martial arts. Little An carefully removed his shoes and clothes, placing him on the bed and covering him with a blanket. It was like he was completing a sacred ceremony. Afterwards, he pressed down on his sword and stood by the bed like a guard. Perhaps it was because Li Qingshan's actions last night had frightened away many people, or perhaps it was because the gazes in the darkness still wanted to continue watching, but Li Qingshan spent the night peacefully. No insensible person came to disturb him. He slept until the sky brightened. Only then did the mental exhaustion from the continuous battles and slaughter truly ease up. He blanked out on the bed for a while, thinking back to the dream he had last night. It was no longer a dream of his past life, but a new dream. However, what was it exactly? He could not remember anything at all. As he blanked out, Little An placed a basin of water before him. Li Qingshan thanked him and lowered his head to look at the basin. Why do I seem to have gotten thinner? He touched his face. He really did seem to have gotten thinner. He ate meat every day in the mountains, so after achieving the strength of an ox, his body had clearly become sturdier. His face had fleshed out too, no longer as skinny as before. He seemed extremely energetic, as sturdy as an ox. Was it because he had worked too hard over the past 2 days? He muttered in his heart and plunged his head into the water. When he pulled it out again, he was completely awake. Let's go, it's time to practice. The location of the courtyard was a little remote, very quiet, and spacious. It was suitable for practicing martial arts, which suited Li Qingshan's taste very well. When he walked out of the door, he realized that the snow had stopped. The winter sun shone on the snowy ground, dazzling brightly. Li Qingshan walked through the snow to the sunlight and stretched. He turned around and saw that Little An was still standing in the shadow, not daring to step out of the door. Chapter 70. Little An looked at Li Qingshan. Under the sunlight and snow, he seemed to be covered in a halo. His smile was so brilliant that no one dared to look him in the eye. It was practically glorious. That hand seemed to be an invitation from the world of light. The pain of being burned by the sun was still etched in his heart, but he could not stop himself from reaching out his hand. The hand that had no flesh, only white bones, was like a moth attracted to a flame. Even if he was burned by the sun at this moment, he could not refuse the invitation from that hand. His index finger crossed the boundary between light and darkness first. The sunlight did not burn him. Instead, an extremely warm feeling ignited from the depths of the spirit ginseng. He almost could not wait any longer as he placed his hand in Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan clenched the pale, skeletal hand that might have been rather terrifying to a normal person. Little An stepped out of the room and crossed the boundary between light and darkness, bathing himself in the sunlight. Li Qingshan laughed loudly as he lifted Little An up. "How do you feel?" Little An nodded happily, expressing that he felt great. He had never felt so good before. Sunlight was not only harmful to ghosts, but it could also suppress all evil in the world. Oxen was not fooling Li Qingshan. Little An was not afraid of sunlight, not because he was powerful enough, but because he could not be categorized as an evil demon. He even possessed the solemn and holy aura of Buddhism. This was the power of the path of white bone and great beauty, a demonic ability created by an eminent monk of Buddhism. Life and death were difficult to distinguish, and Buddhism and the demonic were one and the same. On such a joyous day, even Li Qingshan could not think of any good ideas to celebrate for Little An could neither eat nor drink. Was he supposed to rush out and dig out two hearts? As a result, he waved his hand. "I'll make you a snowman." As expected, Little An was as happy as a normal child. Li Qingshan said, "I didn't tell you, did I? My skill in making snowmen is even better than my divine power." Little An immediately showed a look of admiration. Li Qingshan was very satisfied and laughed. He squatted down and rolled the thick snow into a big ball. Then he rolled another small ball and placed it on top of the big ball. He looked at it and was very satisfied with the perfect shape of the two snowballs. He was about to go back to the house to find something to make a nose and eyes. Suddenly, he saw a white figure standing in front of him. He took a closer look and realized that the white figure was actually himself. A snow sculpture of Li Qingshan. Although his facial features were a little blurry, his figure and his aura were simply lifelike. Little An was patiently sculpting the curves of his clothes. Li Qingshan said, This was done by you." This was no longer a snowman, but a snow sculpture. Little An nodded and looked curiously behind Li Qingshan. "Ha!" Li Qingshan opened his mouth and exhaled. He turned around and kicked the two perfect snowballs into pieces. Little An was shocked. "Ha, this is just practice. Now I'm going to be serious." Little An completed the snow sculptures of the big Li Qingshan, the middle Li Qingshan, the little Li Qingshan, and all kinds of birds and beasts. Ha! 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 Li Qingshan destroyed his masterpieces, one by one, collapsing on the snow in exhaustion. "All right then. My ability to make snowmen is still a little lacking compared to my innate ability. But seeing how Shaoan was having so much fun, it could be said that he had achieved his goal. Someone is coming." Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Hearing the footsteps, Little An immediately hid in the house. Dong, dong, dong. After a few knocks on the door, Li Qingshan opened the door. It was the advisor. The advisor smiled. "Arrestor Li, how did you sleep last night? My lord wants to invite you to the yamen. There will be a court hearing today." Li Qingshan told Little An to hide well and went to the yamen. Yi Duchuan personally invited him to the back hall and ordered someone to take out a set of clothes. It was the arrestor's uniform and a standard wind-entwining saber. Li Qingshan couldn't refuse the kindness of others. Moreover, the identity of arrestor was also useful to Li Qingshan. Although the government in this world didn't seem powerful, there must be something special about it since it could occupy the world's orthodox position. He needed this title for the time being. Li Qingshan went to a side room to change his clothes and equipped the wind-entwining saber. When he emerged again, his bearing had changed once more. The black arrestor's uniform was not as ugly as Li Qingshan had imagined it to be. Instead, it was very much like a uniform. When he wore it, he lost some of the unrestrained bearing of the people of the Jianhu, but gained some solemnity in heroism. Yi Duchuan said, I originally thought it was a little too small, but I didn't think it would be just right. Although it can't compare to the proper Black Wolf uniform, you really do look more impressive than the proper Hawk Wolf guards when you wear it. Li Qingshan thought that it really wasn't his imagination. He really had become thinner. It was not because he had exercised too much in the past few days. It was probably the effects of practicing the Tiger Demon's fist of bone forging. The Black Wolf uniform. The Hawk Wolf guard. Yi Duchuan said, they're just a bunch of condescending, ruthless wolf cubs. Don't worry, they can't control this place. In Qingyang City, you and I are the ones in charge. Originally, Li Qingshan had only asked casually, but he instead paid attention to it now. Yi Duchuan seemed to be implying that if the Hawk Wolf Guard managed to control this place, they would no longer be the ones in charge. However, Yi Duchuan had witnessed his martial prowess before. As it seemed, the imperial court and government of this world were not as weak as he had imagined them to be. The weak ones were probably just Sir Yi before him. He had been shut up in the mountain village for over a decade, going on expeditions as soon as he emerged. He did not have the time to properly understand this world. Even now, it was the same. He needed to practice the Tiger Demon's fist of bone forging as soon as possible so that he could deal with the changes and dangers that might come next. Sir Yi, Arrestor Li, it's time for you to enter the court, said the advisor. Li Qingshan stood there and struck a pose before bidding farewell. When he returned to the courtyard, he discovered that the door was open. His heart leapt, and he rushed through the door, only to see Huang Binggu studying the snow eagles in the courtyard. Qingshan, you sure are in good spirits. Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. He could not argue back. Hunting chief, you've come so quickly. Don't tell me these are. There were 8 large jars of alcohol and 2 bamboo baskets in the courtyard. They were extremely eye-catching. Obviously the tiger bone alcohol you wanted. Huang Binggu opened a jar of alcohol, and the heavy fragrance of medicinal alcohol permeated the entire courtyard. So many. I've taken out everything I've got. Huang Binggu studied Li Qingshan with a smile. You sure are handsome in your attire. If you really join the Hawk Wolf Guard, you won't have to worry about others trying to steal your things. The Hawk Wolf Guard again? Li Qingshan said, Hunting chief, is the Hawk Wolf Guard really that powerful? Huang Binggu had left Qingyang City in the past and visited a place as large as the Clear River Prefecture, so Li Qingshan obviously wanted to ask for his guidance. Chapter 71. Li Qingshan pondered. Perhaps this was the true strength of the imperial court, but that only made sense. There was no such thing as the weak ruling over the strong in this world. Anyone who possessed power would want to pursue greater authority. How could ordinary people rule over people of the Jianghu with great martial arts? The Hawk Wolf Guard must have been an important force of the imperial court. It was said that the 6 doors of fans was easy to cultivate in. If he could join them, it would save him quite a lot of trouble. There's still a chance. I believe you can do it. Huang Binggu thought he was considering the matter of joining the Hawk Wolf Guard. He had already learnt that Li Qingshan had destroyed the Dragon's Gate sect in 2 hours last night, but unlike others, when he heard the news, apart from shock, he also felt like, just as I thought. Ever since he met Li Qingshan had grown at an unbelievable rate. He could not help but think of what Li Qingshan had said in the past, I will definitely become an innate master. Originally, he treated it as a child's words, but now, he believed it. As long as Li Qingshan did not die along the way, he would definitely become a master like that. Li Qingshan decided to stop thinking about such a distant matter for now. Apart from the tiger bone alcohol, what's in the bamboo basket? That's right. It's ginseng. Huang Binggu opened the bamboo basket. It was actually filled with ginseng. The ginseng that Li Qingshan had spent over 1,000 taels of silver in the past was probably not even a tenth of what was in the bamboo basket. The tiger bone was fine, but the Drawn Rains village was not known for gathering ginseng. He could clearly smell the scent of blood on him. It was extremely faint, but it was very fresh. If it were not for the fact that the scent of blood was so clear, he basically would have doubted his senses. Had his nose become sharper after practicing innate abilities? Huang Binggu said, "I've just purged a pest for the Drawn Rains village, so this ginseng is quite an unexpected harvest." After ingesting the spiritual alcohol, not only had his body recovered, but his martial arts had increased once again. Stimulated by Li Qingshan's destruction of the Black Wind stronghold, he immediately launched a surprise attack on the Ginseng King village after returning to the village. The strength of Ginseng King village was inferior to that of Drawn Rains village in the first place. In order to search for the spirit ginseng, Yang Jun had brought a group of experts with him, causing havoc in Ginseng King village. Now, it was at its weakest. Huang Binggu succeeded in one battle, destroying Ginseng King village. Li Qingshan fell silent for a moment. Although the Ginseng King village had once held a grudge against him, it was still a village after all, not a den of bandits like the Black Wind stronghold. However, he also understood that if the Ginseng King village had the strength, they would have done the same. Once the enmity of life and death was established, it was almost impossible to resolve. The only way was to defeat the opponent with all your strength. If you wanted to protect your family and friends, you had to kill the family and friends of others. There was only one standpoint, not good or evil. Once one entered the Jianhu, there was no way out. An endless cup of wine to drink, an endless enemy's head to cut. These are exactly what I need. Thank you, hunting chief. These ginsengs are worth a lot, and I can't just take them for free. Hunting chief, please give me a price. Huang Binggu did not beat around the bush. I just knew that your trip to the Black Wind stronghold was not in vain. As for the money, you can give it to me as you see fit. Li Qingshan handed over the 10,000 taels of silver he had obtained from the Black Wind stronghold to Huang Binggu. The value of these ginsengs would definitely be much higher than this amount, but because it was a large transaction, there would definitely be a discount. Li Qingshan's actions did not benefit him, nor did he suffer a loss. Huang Binggu was also delighted. As long as he had this amount of silver, with the help of Li Qingshan's prescription, he would definitely be able to raise the strength of the Drawn Rains village to another level. You have to be careful during this period of time. Be on guard against being ambushed by others. If you need anything, just give me a call. However, I have a feeling that you won't lose. Li Qingshan said, "Thank you for your auspicious words, hunting chief." After Huang Binggu left, Li Qingshan muttered to himself for a long time. Suddenly, he saw Little and poke his head out from the door and look at him with a burning gaze. He could not help but smile calmly. He wanted to protect this child. This was an unquestionable determination. The sudden change in his living environment and the constant bloody slaughter had caused him to feel bewildered and pained. If it was the him from his previous life, he would definitely be dispirited and depressed, but now, he had to straighten his back and not show a hint of weakness. This was because the child was looking at him. If it could be said that his abilities and strength had given him confidence, then protecting and responsibility had strengthened his heart, turning him into a true man. The medicinal wine and ginseng had arrived at just the right time. There was no need to mention the tiger bone wine. It was extremely helpful to the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. The ginseng was even more indispensable. The spirit ginseng required several days to brew a gourd of spiritual wine, and the taste of the wine was not as rich as it had been at the beginning. Li Qingshan cast aside his thoughts and formally began to practice the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. The tiger demon's fist of bone forging also had a total of 9 stages. Li Qingshan's current goal was to master the first stage. According to Oxen, as long as he mastered the first stage, he would be able to complement the Tiger Demon's Fist of Great Strength with the Tiger Demon's Fist of Great Strength and explode with the true power of this ability. Li Qingshan first picked up a jar of tiger bone wine and drank a few mouthfuls. He moved about in the courtyard, practicing the fist forms one by one. His footsteps became faster and faster, and soon, there was only a blur left in the courtyard, bringing with it gusts of wind. The medicinal wine was quickly digested and absorbed by him. He would stop and drink again, repeating this cycle until noon. He actually felt unbearably hungry again. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that his spirit was being overdrawn and that his vitality was about to be damaged. However, the effects were also extremely obvious. In just one morning, he could clearly feel that his movements had become a little faster. His explosive power was even stronger than before, and the bones in his body had also become sturdier. They could support even more violent movements and movements. He would no longer feel like he was about to break like he did when he climbed Dragon Gate Mountain the night before. Li Qingshan felt very invigorated. He arrived at a nearby restaurant. As soon as the manager saw him walk in, he hurriedly came out to welcome him. "Constable Li, what brings you here? We are honored by your presence. Please, come in." Li Qingshan did not stand on ceremony. He ordered a table full of dishes and ate heartily as if there was no one else around. However, he keenly noticed that there were a few people from the pugilistic world with swords and sabers in the restaurant. Those people were also carefully sizing him up. However, since the other party did not make a move, Li Qingshan could not be bothered to meddle and finished his bill. "Manager, in the future, 4 meals a day, according to this amount. Regardless of the type of dish, send it to my place. I want more meat with bones." Right now, he did not have the energy to go out to hunt. Moreover, he was already tired of eating only roasted and boiled meat. Now that he had money, of course, he wanted to eat good wine and good food. The cooking skills of the restaurant's chef were far better than a half-baked chef like him. The manager was feeling distressed that he had to spend money today. When he heard Li Qingshan's words, he almost fell down. "Constable Li, our restaurant is small and our profits are small." Li Qingshan's was not a big deal. The manager felt that his heart almost stopped. He secretly scolded himself for being blinded by money. Why did he have to provoke this devil just for money? Did he really have a death wish? Chapter 72. Yes, yes, yes. Sheriff Li is a great hero, a great man. He definitely wouldn't take advantage of my humble store. I was the one who looked down on you. The shopkeeper was overjoyed. He immediately accepted the silver and said politely. Li Qingshan turned around and left. The people of the Jianghu discussed quietly. "Is that the descended tiger, Li Qingshan? So he's just a kid." "What kid?" "He personally destroyed the Black Wind Stronghold and the Dragon's Gate sect, and I heard he's skilled in the Black Tiger Digs Out the Heart. What's so special about the Black Tiger Digs Out the Heart? I can use it too. Who doesn't know how to use it in the Jianghu?" To the people of the Jianghu, this was basically the most common move. "Shut up. Don't interrupt me. Every single person he killed had their heart dug out. Can you do that?" Everyone at the table sucked in a breath of cold air. What a cruel method. That's why we have to be careful this time. A few days passed, and more people of the Jianghu appeared in Qingyang City. The attack that Li Qingshan was wary of actually never happened. Everyone observed silently. The vicious reputation of killing people and digging out their hearts really did have an extremely great effect. The more people of the Jianghu there were, the more careful and vigilant they became. They were afraid that they would become the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Li Qingshan was happy that no one disturbed him. He could devote himself to cultivation. As long as he had one more day, he could become slightly stronger. However, his figure rapidly shrank, almost returning to his original appearance. However, he was different from his original, frail, thinness. Right now, he was like a piece of steel that was constantly being tempered. He became smaller and smaller, but he became more and more compact and sturdy. He stood there like a javelin, radiating with a frightening sharpness. In the beginning, Li Qingshan had never thought that the tiger demon's fist of bone forging could actually temper the body to such a degree. This tempering was extremely taxing on the body. Now, apart from eating, he also ate ginseng. Yes, he didn't drink the medicinal wine brewed from ginseng. Instead, he ate it directly. Whenever he was exhausted from training, he would eat the decades-old wild ginseng as a snack. The dried ginseng was as hard as wood, but his teeth were sharper than steel knives. After grinding it into powder and swallowing it, he didn't have to worry about having a nosebleed. Before the vitality of the ginseng could circulate in his stomach, it was completely absorbed by his body that was eager for energy. Thanks to the ginseng, he didn't become even thinner. The heavy snowfall came and went, and another half a month passed. Li Qingshan was sitting cross-legged and practicing when suddenly a gust of wind attacked the back of his head. Without turning his head, he bounced up and crashed backwards like a human-shaped spring. The headbutt sent the assailant flying into the stone wall. This was the 11th person who had ambushed him in the past few days. Although most people chose to watch from afar, there were also quite a few who wanted to try their luck. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't very good. Li Qingshan stood up. Feeling the 7 or 8 prying eyes around him, he growled, "All of you, scram." His voice, imbued with true energy, caused the tiles to tremble. If the spying eyes were weaker, they immediately felt as if they had been heavily hammered in the head and quickly disappeared. As usual, Li Qingshan killed and took out the heart, then tossed the corpse over the wall. He sensed his own body. At first, his true energy was as thin as a thread, but now it had become extremely powerful. It flowed wantonly in his body like a river. He drank all 8 jars of tiger bone wine, chewed all the ginseng in the 2 baskets, and obtained a few bottles of cultivation pills from the Dragon's Gate sect. He had finally mastered the tiger demon's fist of bone forging, but he was still quite a distance away from the first layer. He didn't know if it was because he hadn't accumulated enough, or if the time wasn't right. He stood up and discovered that his nails had grown longer. As they rubbed against each other, they produced a sound like metal clanging. He lightly scratched the stone table beside him, and 4 deep marks appeared on it like tofu. One could imagine the effects of using a brutal move like the tiger demon digs out the heart with such a hand. He was confident that he could kill all the spying eyes, but he didn't do so. As long as they didn't directly attack him, he wasn't willing to kill them. However, this patience was slowly disappearing. As his cultivation of the tiger demon's fist of bone forging deepened, the vicious nature in his heart became more and more intense. He was like a tiger trapped in a cage, so irritated that he wanted to brandish his claws. He also noticed this change. If I were a martial arts expert, I would have long gone on a killing spree. Am I too easy to bully? This thought constantly lingered in his head, and it grew louder and louder. However, he did his best to suppress it. Little An held Li Qingshan's wrist rather worriedly. Out of the 11 people Li Qingshan had killed over the past few days, every single one of them was a second-rate master apart from the 2 at the beginning. Their vitality was far greater than regular people. Little An's strength seemed to grow without any restrictions or bottlenecks. Li Qingshan said, "Let's go. Let's go for a walk." He put on his black wolf uniform and equipped his wind-entwining blade before making his way out of the door. He made his way to the largest restaurant in Qinyang City. Most of the people of the Jianghu would gather there. He wanted to explain this matter clearly today. As soon as he made his way out of the courtyard, the news spread across the entire city. The black tiger has left its lair. Within the Iron Fist, the Iron Lion Lu Hong faced a middle-aged man in his 30s with a thin beard. He said politely, "Hall Chief Wu, that's how it is. Li Qingshan is no ordinary person, so it's not good for him to take the spiritual ginseng forcefully. Moreover, many masters have gathered in Qingyang City right now. First-rate masters have already appeared. They all want to use the spiritual ginseng to break through to the innate realm. Even if he obtains the spiritual ginseng, it's not good for him to swallow it." Hall Chief Wu lectured, "Lu Hong, you've spent far too much time in retirement in Qingyang. You've become more and more timid. Since when have we Iron Fist feared any masters? If Li Qingshan really is talented, getting him to offer up the spiritual ginseng and join the Iron Fist won't be a bad thing for him." Li Long waited on one side. When he heard how he directly referred to his master by his name, which was very disrespectful, he felt extremely displeased inside. "With how you act, you might not be able to defeat Qingshan. Once he digs out your heart, you'll know how powerful he is." How could Lu Hong not understand his disciple? He was afraid that he would say something inappropriate, so he grabbed him by the shoulder and said to Hall Chief Wu, "Hall Chief Wu, my disciple's talent isn't bad. It's quite a pity for him to remain in Qingyang City. Do you think you can take him with you this time so that he can go out and see the world with you?" Hall Chief Wu glanced at Li Long. "About that. Leader Lu, you've done a great service by providing us with the information this time, so it's fine if you take 1 or 2 people with you." The main reason why the Iron Fist had set up a branch in such a remote place was to search for talents anyway. He could do this favor at little cost. Lu Hong was overjoyed. "Thank you, Hall Chief Wu. Xiao Long, what are you staring for? Hurry up and thank Hall Chief Wu." Li Long could not let down his master's painstaking efforts. Although he was reluctant inside, he did not show it on his face. He thanked him obediently. There was a gentle smack. Chapter 73. Currently, the sky was dusky. The person stood in a corner, his black clothes seeming to merge with the darkness. Lu Hong had been paying attention to him very much right from the beginning, as he was unable to sense his existence at all when he was not looking at him. Hall Chief Wu said, "Branch Master Lu, I've come to introduce you to an important figure." He still referred to Lu Hong by his name arrogantly even though he was much older than him. When he mentioned the man in black, his expression immediately became rather flattering and complacent, as if he was overjoyed over being able to establish a connection with such an important figure. "This is Sir Feng of the Hawk Wolf Guard." The Hawk Wolf Guard. Lu Hong's heart skipped a beat, and he gulped. How could he not have heard of these renowned hawks and hounds of the empire? It was no wonder that Hall Chief Wu acted like this. Even the main leader of the Iron Fist, Tai Bai, had to accompany him carefully. It was no wonder that Hall Chief Wu was so confident. Who would be bold enough to make him spit out something that the Hawk Wolf Guard had taken from him? Sir Feng said indifferently without even looking back, "You're too kind, Hall Chief Wu. Our Hawk Wolf Guard has only agreed to assist you once after drinking with your sect master a few times in Jeping City. I still have matters to attend to in Jeping City, so I can't take up too much of your time." Jeping was a large city 50 kilometers away from Qingyang. Not only did it have a large river flowing through it, making it an extremely important waterway hub, but it also had mines and mines. It was far more prosperous than a small city in the mountains like Qingyang. Hall Chief Wu's Iron Locks Hall was located there. He led 7 branches, including Qingyang. The Hawk Wolf Guard's office was located there. Hall Chief Wu said, "Yes, yes, yes. I definitely won't trouble Sir Feng. Branch Master Lu, why don't you go get that Li Qingshan or whatever he's called?" Lu Hong was not even bold enough to send his disciples. He told Li Long to wait on him properly as he went to find Li Qingshan himself. Li Long had vaguely heard Lu Hong mention the Hawk Wolf Guard in the past, but that was just too distant from his world, so he did not pay too much attention to it. He never thought he would see one in person today, so he could not help but worry for Li Qingshan. Qingshan's probably going to lose his spiritual ginseng this time. If he insists, I'll have to persuade him otherwise. He didn't have much contact with Li Qingshan. It was just a simple feeling of being from the same hometown. Moreover, Li Qingshan's martial arts were much higher than his. If he could join the Iron Fist, he could take care of him. He suddenly remembered what Lu Hong had said in the restaurant that day. He had asked Li Qingshan to take care of him. Perhaps he had anticipated this day, and he was even more grateful for Lu Hong's kindness. In the city, there was no one more well-informed than Lu Hong. He found Li Qingshan very soon and said, "Qingshan, Hall Master Wu of our Iron Locks Hall has come. He wants to see you. There are some matters he wants to discuss with you." However, his mind raced as he tried to think of a way to tell this to Li Qingshan as smoothly as possible. However, he was also afraid of being too obvious, afraid of scaring away Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "There's no need for Sect Master Lu to run the errands personally." Lu Hong was embarrassed. The hierarchy within the gang was clearly defined. Hall masters were existences a level higher than branch masters and branch sect masters. Those who could become hall masters were all first-rate masters, so they could obviously order around a branch master like him. "That damned hall master of yours must have come for the spiritual ginseng as well, right? I was just about to explain this to the Qingyang restaurant. You should get the hall master to listen as well." Li Qingshan did not stop. He passed through the streets and alleys, advancing towards his destination. Lu Hong followed beside him quickly. "You can't do that. Qingshan, I'm doing this for your own good." The two of them passed through a narrow alleyway. Suddenly, a large monk blocked the entrance of the alleyway with a black metal Buddhist staff in his hand. He looked at Li Qingshan and sniggered. His face had always been ferocious, and there was even a vicious scar across his face. His smile became even more vicious. Lu Hong was shocked. The mad monk, Void Slaughterer. Li Qingshan gazed at the glistening staff. It was another spiritual artifact. Sure enough, so-called spiritual artifacts were not particularly rare in this world. Lu Hong did not dare to look at Void Slaughterer. He whispered, "This person once became a monk in the renowned treasure forest temple of the Jianghu. Due to his drunkenness and bloodlust, he broke the temple's rules and was expelled. He went berserk and used the 108 forms of the mad demon staff technique to kill all the monks in the temple. He changed his Dharma name to Void Slaughterer and rampaged through the lands, killing people and robbing them. No matter where he went, he left no one alive. It's said that he's become a first-rate master a long time ago. He's only a step away from the innate master." Quite a few people of the Jianghu paid attention to this in secret. They whispered to each other, "It really is Void Slaughterer. I didn't think he'd actually come. Sigh, looks like we don't have a chance anymore. Stop talking. Let's go. If he discovers us, none of us will survive. He really was infamous." Void Slaughterer said, "Kid, hand over the spiritual ginseng. I'll leave your corpse intact and send you off to the afterlife. I'll even give you offerings every year." He was not being arrogant. As a first-rate master, he could sweep through anyone as long as he did not come across an innate master. "I'll talk about the spiritual ginseng at the restaurant. If you want it, then come and listen." Li Qingshan sniffled. His keen senses picked up the scent of alcohol, oil, and blood on the monk. He continued to walk forward. The monk's staff swung down fiercely. The iron ring let out a rapid ringing sound. Li Qingshan finally stopped. The monk's staff stopped right in front of the tip of his nose. It was only a hair's breadth away from the tip of his nose. "Sect leader Lu, why don't you go back first?" Li Qingshan's voice sounded calm, but it was like a volcano that was about to erupt. His blood, which had been dormant for a long time, began to boil. Void Slaughterer was completely enraged by Li Qingshan's attitude of ignoring him. He fully unleashed the 108 styles of the Mad Demon Staff technique. The Black Monk staff whistled through the air, transforming into layers of staff shadows that surged forward like a tidal wave. The alleyway was narrow. There was absolutely no space to dodge. Li Qingshan clenched his fists. His knuckles cracked. Facing the layers of staff shadows, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Lu Hong did not dare to get caught up in the fight between the two. He turned around and fled out of the alleyway. He heard a rumble behind him. The wind whistled as the two began to fight fiercely. Li Qingshan twisted and turned in the shadows of the staff. This was the first time he had seen the terror of a first-rate master. Not only were their moves powerful, but they were also exquisite and meticulous. There was not a single flaw. They firmly blocked Li Qingshan 3 steps away, not giving him the slightest chance to get close. Clang 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 clang. In the narrow alleyway, the space for Li Qingshan to dodge was limited. His fist collided with the monk's staff, producing a series of loud metallic clangs. Void Slaughterer was also somewhat shocked. What kind of martial arts did this kid practice? He was actually able to block his Mad Demon staff with his flesh and blood. This only served to arouse his ferocity. He gathered all the strength in his body and smashed down with the staff. The momentum was extremely frightening. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He saw a slight opening. He rushed forward and changed his fist into a claw, aiming straight for Void Slaughterer's head. However, he suddenly saw a strange smile on Void Slaughterer's face that did not match his rough image. A great sense of alarm rose in his heart. Not good. Void Slaughterer suddenly changed his move. The monk's staff changed from a straight strike to a horizontal sweep. Just now, that strike was actually a feint. The narrow alleyway restricted the execution of this move. However, when the monk's staff swung, the high walls and rocks were sent flying. They could not stop the monk's staff at all. Boom! Chapter 74. Void Butcher's expression changed as soon as his plan worked. Li Qingshan was half kneeling in a pile of rubble, his left hand gripping the Buddhist staff tightly. No matter how hard Void Butcher tried, the Buddhist staff would not budge. Li Qingshan appeared to have been sent flying by the Buddhist staff, but in reality, he had reached out to grab the staff at a critical moment and slammed it against the wall. A normal second-rate fighter would have been injured even if they had reacted this way. However, with his bronze skin and iron bones, he was practically unscathed. Even though he lacked combat experience, he was a true combat genius. His reaction and strategy when facing an enemy were top-notch. "You're asking for it." Void Butcher snickered, looking extremely ferocious. Li Qingshan felt a strong wave of inner energy travel through the Buddhist staff and surge into his body. A battle of inner energy was the most dangerous battle in Jianghu. Whoever withdrew their inner energy first and could not withstand it would have their opponent's inner energy invade their body, break through their dantian, and tear apart their meridians. It was a fight to the death. Void Butcher was confident that with the inner energy he had cultivated for decades, Li Qingshan would not be able to withstand it. In his eyes, Li Qingshan was an idiot who thought he was smart. He was surprised that Li Qingshan did not vomit blood and die immediately, so he increased the output of his inner energy. In terms of strength alone, Void Butcher's inner energy was indeed stronger than Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan felt a wave of qi flow into his body. This qi flow was much more turbid than his true qi, so he knew that it was inner energy. However, there was a hint of clarity in this turbidity. Void Butcher was almost at the innate stage and was only one step away from converting his inner energy into true qi. However, the problem was that Li Qingshan's true qi was not stored in his dantian, and he had not even cultivated a single meridian. This inner energy was quickly devoured by the true qi in Li Qingshan's body and converted into his own energy. Not only was it harmless, but it was also beneficial. Li Qingshan did not intend to retaliate immediately, so he allowed Void Butcher to channel his inner energy into him. Cold sweat broke out on Void Butcher's forehead. Why was this kid so strange? Was this the effect of the spiritual ginseng? However, he did not dare to relax his grip. At this moment, a black shadow swooped down from the eaves and went straight for the gourd on Li Qingshan's waist. It turned out that someone had seized the opportunity and wanted to take advantage of the situation. With a flash of green light, the black figure swooped down and landed on the ground in two halves. Little N appeared and casually killed the thief. His sword pierced through the air. Void Butcher's heart skipped a beat when he saw this extremely strange skeleton. The circulation of his inner energy had slowed down by 30%. The sword that was no weaker than an all-out attack from a first-rate master had scared him out of his wits. Sensing that Void Butcher had withdrawn his inner energy and was about to abandon his staff and retreat, Li Qingshan would not let go of such a great opportunity. The true qi in his body turned from a dam to a raging tide and surged into Void Butcher's body. Even though his true qi was not strong, it was extremely sharp. It cut through Void Butcher's inner energy like a knife cutting through tofu and rampaged through his meridians, dantian, and organs. Void Butcher spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. He crashed through two walls and was buried in a pile of rubble. Li Qingshan stood up, but his eyes were still fixed on the pile of rubble. He ordered, "Little N, silence him." Little N immediately disappeared into the darkness. 3 screams came from 3 different directions. They were separated by less than a breath. Other than the man just now, there were still others who wanted to be the fisherman. They saw Little N's appearance. Boom! Rubble flew everywhere. Void Butcher stood up again. His body swayed as he glared at Li Qingshan viciously. He reached into his robes and took out a porcelain bottle. What he feared had come true. Li Qingshan could clearly see the dazzling spiritual light that shone from the bottle after the stopper was opened. If even a second-rate master like Xiong Xiangu could take out a Titan talisman, then these first-rate masters who were more powerful and had more connections might also have a trump card or two that did not belong to the realm of martial arts. Void Butcher took out a fiery red pill and tossed it into his mouth. He crushed it with his teeth, and his body immediately swelled up as if he had been filled with air. His arms thickened, his muscles bulged, and his veins popped. Body eruption pill. Back then, in order to obtain this bottle of pills, Void Butcher had gone bankrupt. He had robbed 13 wealthy families and killed more than 100 people before he managed to exchange for 3 pills. This bottle of pills could not be used for cultivation or healing. Not only would consuming it be useless, it could even harm the user. However, it could instantly stimulate a person's potential, allowing them to burst forth with demonic powers. Void Butcher let out a wild roar and charged at Li Qingshan like a chariot. Li Qingshan sighed. He did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, he reached for the cursive sword calligraphy on his back. Sword chi flashed. Li Qingshan walked out of the ruined alleyway and dusted himself off. Unfortunately, I can't leave your corpse intact, nor can I send you off to the afterlife. I don't have the time to burn joss paper for you. Behind him, the alleyway had already been reduced to ruins. The corpse of the infamous mad monk, Void Butcher, had been split in half. His eyes were wide open, and he had died with a grievance. He had asked Little N to kill him not only to hide Little N, but also to hide the spiritual artifact in his hand. He had a feeling that if this piece of calligraphy was seen by someone with ulterior motives, it would cause an uproar that would be even greater than the spiritual ginseng. Li Qingshan held the Buddhist staff in one hand. Although, according to Oxen, this kind of spiritual artifact that was purely imbued with spiritual light was an inferior spiritual artifact, it was still a spiritual artifact. He could not bear to throw it away. In his other hand, he held a porcelain bottle with a pill inside. It was the same pill that Void Butcher had taken. So this is all there is to a first-rate master. But I don't think I'm an innate master either. Li Qingshan thought strangely. He was confident that he could defeat Void Butcher with his martial arts without relying on any external objects. If he were to use his trump card would not be any weaker than anyone else's. Li Qingshan carried the Buddhist staff and continued walking towards the restaurant. The people of Jianghu who were watching the battle in the dark were all silent and shocked. The battle between the Mad Monk and the Black Tiger. One was a famous first-rate master, while the other was a greenhorn. No one had expected the Black Tiger to win, and win so easily. Lu Hong hurried back to the Iron Fist and reported to Hall Leader Wu and Master Feng. Mad Monk Void Butcher. He's also here for the spiritual ginseng to break through to the innate realm. That kid is probably dead. Hall Leader Wu frowned. Even if he were to go against the Mad Monk Void Butcher, it would be difficult for him to win. Of course, he did not care about Li Qingshan's fate. Instead, he cared about the spiritual ginseng. Master Feng, what do you think? Master Feng said, let's go and have a look. I'll deal with the monk. He made it onto the Hawkwolf Guards list this morning, but the higher-ups never found the time to deal with him. Since they've run into him today, it's time for him to die. As soon as the three of them emerged from the Iron Fist, they received the news that the Mad Monk Void Butcher was dead. Chapter 75. Hall Chief Wu rejoiced. Fortunately, he had not come alone. He yearned for the spiritual ginseng even more. As long as he ingested it and broke through to the innate realm, the Iron Fist would gain a Protector Wu. If he faced Sir Feng of the Hawkwolf Guard again, there would be no need for him to be so submissive. Sir Feng smiled. He's quite skilled. Is the kid only 15? Yes, it's past the 16th. He must have gone to the Qingyang restaurant now. Lu Hong had looked into this as well. He was afraid of angering Sir Feng, so he did not directly mention that Li Qingshan was unwilling to come. All the masters are there now. Interesting. Li Qingshan had already entered the Qingyang restaurant. There was no longer a single regular customer in the entire restaurant. It was vaguely divided into a few factions, each standing as an equal. Even though everyone in the restaurant had already heard about him killing the Mad Monk Void Butcherer, they were still filled with shock when they saw him carry Void Butcherer's famed weapon, the Mad Demonic Staff. Li Qingshan looked around. There were only 4 people that caught his attention. A one-armed old man with a huge blade on his back, a middle-aged woman with a sunken expression, a smiling rich man, and the pale-faced Wei Dondong with a sword on his back. If it were anyone other than Li Qingshan who had spent a lot of time in the Jianghu, they would pale in fright right now. Was Wan Hao the sect master of the Mad Blade sect, known as the One-Armed Blade King in the Jianghu? He had killed the 18 cavalry of Fierce Wind with a single arm and a single blade, making his name known throughout Xisha City. As for Wei Dondong, he must be the Wei Dondong from the humble Maple Academy, known as the life-stealing scholar in the Jianghu. His 13 swords of life-stealing had reached perfection. Chu Xian and Lu Tingrui were even more impressive. The smiling ghost Chu Xian and the wasp sword Lu Tingrui were all figures that even first-rate masters would struggle to deal with. The 4 of them were all first-rate masters in the world. The weapons in their hands all glowed with light. The weapons they used were extraordinary. Did they possess terrifying trump cards like Void Butcherer? Apart from Wei Dondong, every single one of them was surrounded by followers. They had countless disciples. Apart from them, there were no other people of the Jianghu who could take a seat in the restaurant. Of course, there was one more person now. Li Qingshan walked to the center of the restaurant as if there was no one else around. It was as if he had walked into a herd of beasts. He was thin and did not look powerful, but he had the prestige of a king of beasts. Just like his name, Black Tiger. Li Qingshan sat down steadily and stuck his staff into the ground. "Serve the dishes." The waiter came up with a tray with trembling hands, and the wine spilled all over the tray. "You spilled your wine. Here's a toast to you." Wei Dondong grabbed the wine cup on the table and tossed it over. The wine cup whistled through the air, but not a single drop of wine spilled out. This was nothing more than a normal test, to test the depth of Li Qingshan's martial art. According to the normal development, Li Qingshan would also display a unique skill to stun the crowd and attract their attention. Li Qingshan waved his hand and the wine glass shattered. Wei Dondong's face turned even paler. The others were also secretly guessing whether Li Qingshan had been injured in the fight with Void Butcher. "I have my own wine." Li Qingshan picked up the gourd and opened the stopper. He tilted his head back and gulped down the wine. He paused for a moment. "And it's spiritual wine." Everyone's eyes turned red. They were all ready to attack, not only because they cared about the others, but also because they were afraid of the black staff. Li Qingshan felt the true qi in his body replenish. "That's right, the spiritual ginseng is with me." Another commotion broke out in the restaurant. Chu Xian said, "What do you want before you're willing to hand it over? How much silver? Name a price, and we can negotiate." Li Qingshan lowered his head as if he was thinking. "Kid, do you know what this fatty's nickname is in the Jianghu?" Lu Tingrui quickly asked when she saw that Li Qingshan was tempted. "What is it?" "Smiling Ghost. He looks friendly, but he eats people without spitting out the bones. Even if he promises you 1,000 or 20,000 silver taels, you can't trust him." Chu Xian was still smiling. He took out a stack of silver notes and slapped it on the table. "Don't talk nonsense. I've always been honest in business. Is this enough? If it's not, take it as a down payment." It wasn't the spiritual ginseng, it was a chance to become an innate master. As long as he became an innate master, he could earn back whatever he spent. Wei Dondong coughed a few times. "I want this spiritual ginseng to save my life. If anyone tries to take it from me, they're trying to take my life. I can only fight with my life." Wan Hao said, "I don't have long to live either. There's nothing to feel pity about." Li Qingshan played with the wine gourd and smiled. "There are 4 people here. Who should I give the spiritual ginseng to? You can decide for yourselves." Since he dared to come, it wasn't because he was brave but because he foresaw this situation. Moreover, he also thought of a way to end this matter. Chu Xian laughed. "Don't fall for his plan to sow discord. Are we going to fight here? That would be a huge loss. Why don't we join hands and get rid of this brat? We'll split the spiritual ginseng into 4 parts. We'll definitely make a profit. What do you guys think?" Wei Dondong said, "You, the old ghost, are the most astute in your calculations. If we really fight, 3 of us will definitely die. Who dares to say he will be the last one?" As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed several times. Wan Hao and Lu Tingrui both looked tempted. Li Qingshan thought, as expected of an experienced person. He won't be led by the nose and his reaction is fast enough. Seeing that he was about to become the target of everyone, he put his hand on the gourd and prepared to carry out his plan. His plan was very simple, and that was to eat the spiritual ginseng in front of everyone. The spiritual ginseng had been soaked in wine for such a long time that its spiritual energy had become very thin. He should be able to withstand it. Of course, this might anger these first-rate experts and cause them to join hands to kill him. However, Li Qingshan believed that it would not be a problem for him to escape. It was more likely that these people would not make a move at all. Without the temptation of the spiritual ginseng, these experienced people would not be willing to risk their lives. If he ran away or secretly ate the spiritual ginseng, then the trouble would never end and it might even increase. Only by spreading the news of the spiritual ginseng being eaten under the gaze of these famous people would he be able to solve this once and for all. This idea was not only based on wisdom but also on strength. If he was a second-rate expert, then there was no need to say anything. It was precisely because he was a first-rate expert and had the tyrannical strength to kill Mad Monk Void Butcher that he could make people fear him. At this critical moment, another person walked into the restaurant and attracted everyone's attention. The person in the lead was Lord Feng. He was wearing a black wolf robe with a wolf embroidered with dark flowers. Only from a special angle could one see the wolf bearing its fangs. As the robe fluttered, it looked like a living creature. On his waist hung a green sharkskin scabbard. There was even a green cat's eye embedded in the golden handle of the scabbard. His triangular eyes were slightly rolled up, as if he did not care about anyone. Chapter 76. The Hawk-Wolf Guard. Lu Tingrui cried out. Chu Xian finally could not laugh anymore, while Wei Dondong's face became sheet-white. Wan Hao's straight back seemed to shrink back. Only then did Li Qingshan notice Sir Feng's attire. Sure enough, it was much more impressive than his counterfeit attire. What stood out the most was the iron wolf tablet on his waist. It was the same as the wolf on his body. The wolf tablet was not large, but it shone with light. It was 10 times more resplendent than the staff stabbed into the ground. Lu Hong and Hall Chief Wu followed behind. Looking at the restaurant filled with people, they were both surprised. In just half a month, so many masters had actually been drawn over. Just how long had it been since Qingyang City was so lively? Lu Hong glanced at the staff even more deeply. He confirmed that the news he had received was true once again. He thought, Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan. You really are impressive. It's a pity that the Hawk-Wolf Guard is here today. Even if you're a dragon, you'll have to coil up, and even if you're a tiger, you'll have to crouch. Wan Hao said, even the Hawk-Wolf Guard plans on interfering with a conflict of the Jianghu like this. Chu Xian smiled bitterly. Sir, you're already an innate master, so why must you compete with us? Whatever price this Hall Chief Wu offers, just name it. I definitely won't haggle. Before Lu Tingrui and Wei Dondong could say anything, Sir Feng spoke. His voice was loud and sharp, but his words were 10 times sharper than his voice. All of you, piss off. Everyone's expressions changed. Because of that, the restaurant became filled with the feeling of an impending storm. Hall Chief Wu added fuel to the fire on one side, using his connections to intimidate others. Sir Feng told you to piss off. Didn't you hear him? Li Qingshan furrowed his brows as well. How arrogant of the Hawk-Wolf Guard. Through the spirit eye he had awakened from the oxen's tear, he could tell that Sir Feng was more powerful than everyone present, but he was not undefeatable. If these first-rate experts worked together, with their trump cards and so many disciples as cannon fodder, they were confident that they could kill him on the spot. As for these first-rate experts, they were all people who could shake a region with a stomp of their feet. They were people who could kill without blinking an eye. Someone had humiliated them in front of so many disciples of their sect. How could they tolerate it? Hua! The 4 first-rate experts stood up at the same time. Then, without saying a word, they leaped out of the window. They had actually rolled out just like that. The vicious words they had uttered earlier were like farts. It was as if they had raised their hands and ruthlessly slapped themselves in the face, loud and clear. However, even if they were in a hurry to use the spiritual ginseng to save their lives, they were afraid of offending the Hawk-Wolf Guard. As people of the Jianghu, they did not lack the courage to put their lives on the line. However, Sir Feng did not represent a single person. His disciples followed behind him in a disheveled manner, all of them leaving noisily. The large restaurant emptied out in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only Li Qingshan, stunned, on the spot. Lord Feng's name shakes the martial world. Hall Chief Wu hurriedly flattered. Sir Feng's expression eased up slightly, becoming rather complacent. He was very satisfied with the effect he had achieved. He did not even move his feet. He pointed at Li Qingshan and said, "Hand over the spiritual ginseng." He could make 4 first-rate experts piss off with a single sentence, so there was even less of a need for him to hold back against a single Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan should yield to his might and hand over the spiritual ginseng obediently. As for how he would negotiate with the Iron Fist, that was a different matter altogether. Li Qingshan lowered his head. He was actually rather melancholic. Something called the Wuxia dream was shattered with a loud bang. Hall Chief Wu said impatiently, "Hurry up, hurry up." He did not seem like he was asking for something from someone else, but taking back something that belonged to him. Lu Hong said, "Qingshan, hurry up. Hall Chief Wu has agreed to accept you into the Iron Locks Hall. All you need to do is nod, and you'll immediately become an important figure of the Iron Fist. You can go to Jeping, or even great places like Clear River. I'm filled with envy." Li Long also lowered his voice and said, "Qingshan, just agree. Who is it? Who dares to make trouble in my great Qingyang?" Yi Duchuan hurried over with a few bailiffs. Hall Chief Wu said in displeasure, "Who are you?" He completely ignored Yi Duchuan's official robes. He could tell with a single glance that he did not possess any inner force or true qi at all. He thought, just anyone is bold enough to approach me now. Yi Duchuan said with his nose in the air, "I'm the district magistrate of Qingyang, the brother-in-law of the prefect." Then he studied Sir Feng and looked at the tablet on his waist. A Black Wolf Guard. You must be the reinforcements sent by the prefect. You've done well. I'll report this to the prefect. When he heard that a group of people of the Jianghu were present, he did not even dare to show his face. However, as soon as he heard that the Hawk Wolf Guard had come, he immediately rushed over with his back straight. As he spoke, he even patted Sir Feng's shoulder. At this moment, Li Qingshan really admired Yi Duchuan's boldness. Sir Feng frowned and moved to the side, making Yi Duchuan miss. He gripped the wind-entwining blade in his right hand, but in the end, he was still fearful of the words prefect, so he did not strike. "I have official business to attend to, so please step aside, sir." Yi Duchuan said, "What official business?" "Oh, you mean Qingshan? He's the sheriff of this district. Speaking of which, he's even a level higher than you, ha ha ha." The Hawk Wolf Guard had an eagle commander and a wolf commander. The eagle was the commander, while the wolf was the deputy. They commanded the pack of wolves, while the eagle commander would often hold the position of sheriff. As a result, Li Qingshan's uniform as a sheriff was a simplified black wolf uniform. Jieping and Qingyang were both districts in name, so Li Qingshan's status as a sheriff was obviously a level higher than a bailiff's. As if Sir Feng had been greatly humiliated, he drew the wind-entwining blade with a swish. It erupted with a streak of light that was 2 feet long, leaving behind a slash on the ground that was 7 feet long. Yi Duchuan retreated in fright. He was knocked over by the door sill, and his round body rolled far away. The guards called out, "Sir." They wanted to stop him, but they were knocked to the ground instead. Whether it be authority or status, without the support of strength, they would be trampled to the ground very soon. Their authority would be knocked down, and their status would be destroyed. However, in the end, Yi Duchuan had been saved by his position as a government official. If anyone else dared to speak to Sir Feng like that, they would be executed even if they were first-rate masters. Sir Feng decided not to waste any more time with Yi Duchuan. He directly said to Li Qingshan, "Hand over the spiritual ginseng. Don't make me say it a third time." The blade in his hand pulsed with light, radiating with killing intent. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh in amazement. So this was an innate master. He thought about it and said, "Shut up." Sir Feng doubted his ears. After being stunned for an entire second, a snicker rang out from somewhere. Sir Feng said furiously, "You're looking to die." The wind-entwining blade swept through the air. He wanted to kill Li Qingshan first before killing the person who secretly mocked him. The blade was only a few feet away from his face, and Li Qingshan felt a chilling sensation approach him, sealing off all possibilities of dodging. He grabbed the staff beside him and swung it at the blade. Chapter 77. All right, all right, all right. Sir Feng said, "I won't kill you today. I'll cut off the tendons in your arms and legs and take you back to the Hawk-Wolf prison for a proper punishment." The Hawk-Wolf prison. Even Hall Chief Wu, who had come with Sir Feng, shuddered when he heard those 3 words. The Hawk-Wolf prison was a prison set up by the Hawk-Wolf Guard themselves. Captured criminals would be thrown in there, and there would be people specialized in torture to force confessions out of them. It was rumored that there were 108 tortures, and no one could endure more than 10. Even tough men of the Jianhu would be crushed to a pulp, kneeling on the ground and calling for their grandfather, only begging for a quick death. Li Qingshan reached towards the cursive sword calligraphy on his back. He had already made up his mind to flee in this urgent situation. Everything had happened too suddenly. With Sir Feng's arrogance, even if he ate the spiritual ginseng right now, it would be useless. With the enmity of the sword and calligraphy on his back, he might have had a chance to kill this person back then. He had seen a few spiritual artifacts so far, but none of them could match the one in his hand. However, he was not completely confident. First-rate masters all had their trump cards, so what kind of trump cards would an innate master, one that came from a large organization, possess? Legalism of legalism, blade aura of the great condemnation. Sir Feng's presence changed. He raised his blade above his head, and the light condensed into a blade aura that was 3 feet long. The so-called Great Condemnation was also known as murder, which was the death penalty. Before the blade had even moved, a sense of solemnity and killing intent that surpassed regular martial arts violently assaulted Li Qingshan's mind. He felt like he was a person who had committed a capital crime, at the end of his rope. He knelt on the execution platform with his eyes closed and awaited death, waiting for the executioner to swing his blade. He was unable to summon the will to resist at all. If he were a regular first-rate master, even if they did not lose their will, their martial arts would be greatly reduced, and they would be doomed. However, what kind of person was Li Qingshan? His eyes shone with red light, and his demonic nature and murderous nature immediately purged this influence. Tiger Demon's fierce roar. True qi surged through his body, and with a bellow, the jars of alcohol in the restaurant exploded at the same time. Ox Demon butts its horns. The ramrod staff in his hand stabbed towards the blade in a profound arc. If Lord Feng's knife was a butcher's knife to punish him, then he was a madman outside the law. The momentum of the two reached its peak in an instant. Just as the saber and the wand were about to collide and fight to the death, 2 streaks of red light pierced through the air, knocking the crazy devil wand and the wind-entwining saber away at the same time. Lord Feng was shocked and angry. "Who is it?" Li Qingshan didn't say anything. He was equally shocked, and when he looked at the thing that sent their weapons flying, he was even more speechless. It wasn't a divine weapon, but peanut kernels. They looked extremely ordinary, and even after sending the saber and staff flying, they still maintained their shape. "Why, you're called Feng Zhang, right? If you had spent the time you spent bullying children on training, you wouldn't still be in the second layer of the aura refining realm." The voice was erratic and came from all directions. It was impossible to determine the location of the speaker. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head and looked at the beam of the restaurant. His eyes caught a glimmer of light. "Come down." Feng Zhang followed Li Qingshan's gaze, took out a talisman from his sleeve, and shot it at the beam. The talisman shattered in the air and turned into a fireball, which moved even more fiercely. Even though Li Qingshan was standing on the ground, he could still feel the astonishing heat. It was obvious what would happen if he was hit by this fireball. This was the means of a Xiantian expert. They didn't need to bite their tongue like Xiong Xiangu did. They could directly use their true qi to activate the talisman's energy. And looking at Feng Zhang's casual appearance, he obviously had more than one talisman. A figure jumped down from the beam, grabbed the fireball, landed on the ground, and casually crushed the fireball. As if he had just done something insignificant, the person looked at Li Qingshan. That's strange. You're a mere first-layer qi practitioner, yet you can see me. However, he could tell with a single glance that what Li Qingshan possessed was not inner force, but true qi. Only then did Li Qingshan see that the person seemed to be around 25 or 26. His eyebrows were like crescent moons, his eyes were like cold stars, and his face was like jade. He was handsome and elegant, and spiritual qi flowed around him like water. He was like a torch in the darkness, which allowed Li Qingshan to discover his location. The scarlet robes he wore resembled the black wolf uniform, except it was wider. The dark pattern embroidered on it depicted a scarlet wolf howling at the sky. A similar scarlet bronze waist tablet hung from his waist. Scarlet Wolf Commander. Hall Chief Wu had never seen pork before, but he had seen pigs run before. In the Hawk Wolf Guard, scarlet bronze was of a higher grade than black iron, while wolf commanders commanded a pack of wolves. Their authority in the entire Clear River Prefecture was second only to a few people and above millions. They were a great authority who could decide the fates of people with a single word. Commander Hua. Feng Zhang, who had originally been extremely arrogant, was like a mouse that had seen a cat. He was so filled with regret that he was tempted to slap himself. He could not be blamed for his recklessness. He had joined the Hawk Wolf Guard at such a young age, so he could be regarded as proud of his youth. Normally, he was used to being arrogant and overbearing. Now that he had come to this tiny city of Qingyang, he did not take anyone seriously. He had forced back 4 first-rate masters with a single sentence, which had pushed his arrogance to the limit. He had been caught off guard by Li Qingshan, so he struck out furiously, but he failed. Right when he was about to use his ultimate move for revenge, he had been interrupted, causing his weapon to fly out of his hand. In his surprise and anger, he obviously could not think too much about it. No matter how arrogant the other party was, could he be more arrogant than the Hawk Wolf Guard? However, he never thought he would summon a Scarlet Wolf commander. After all, even regular Scarlet Wolves would never leave the Clear River Prefecture for no good reason. This feeling was like suddenly encountering a large shark in a small pond. It was filled with disbelief and fear. So you still remember me? We've only met once, right? I dare not forget about Commander Hua. I'm surprised that Commander Hua still remembers me. Feng Zhang lowered his head and bent his back politely. Every single new member of the Hawk Wolf Guard in the Clear River Prefecture had to report to the prefectural city and see the 2 commanders. Feng Zhang was no exception. He obviously could not forget his superior's superior, Hua Sengzan Commander Hua. Hua Sengzan said, "Weren't you assigned to Jeping City's Zhuozhibua's command? Why are you here?" Feng Zhang's brain churned at full speed. He was as nervous and focused as he was when he clashed with Li Qingshan. He tried to think of a way to answer. Hua Sengzan waved his hand. "Forget it. Old Wang is here too. Come and see him." Old Wang. Feng Zhang's heart shuddered. Hua Sengzan was obviously not referring to a certain neighbor, Old Wang, but the head sheriff of Clear River, the Scarlet Hawk Commander Wang Pushi. Due to his name, people called him Old Wang, but there were not a lot of people bold enough to call him that. The people of the Jianghu only had a saying, I'd rather see the king of hell than old Wang. As soon as I see old Wang, I'll see the king of hell. Hall Chief Wu, who was as silent as cicadas in winter, felt his head rumble. All he wanted to do was steal a spiritual ginseng from a junior, so how did he end up provoking such important figures? Let alone a mere Hall Chief like him, even protectors or even sect masters had to be careful and smile when they saw these two figures. Why had they appeared together in the tiny Jeping city? The hawk had sent him a message, summoning him from the bustling Clear River city thousands of kilometers away to this remote, tiny city of Qingyang. Not only did he not feel angry, but he felt very honored instead. Old Wang, your cultivation has advanced again. Before long, the Clear River Prefecture won't be able to hold you anymore. Not just anyone could call Wang Pushi by his nickname. Even when Vice Commander Hua Sungzan called him Old Wang, he would glare at him. However, he felt even more honored when the person before him called him that. He leaned forward. I'm willing to serve, sir. I originally wanted Little Hua to take over your position, but, Little Hua is far too useless. He's let down sir's expectations. Oh, they're here. Great Boss Gu, I've brought them to you. Hua Sungzan smiled before making his way over and grabbing the lid. Old Wang, is the alcohol still not done? Wang Pushi knocked away Hua Sungzan's hand and shot him a glance. Don't call me that. Sit properly. The alcohol needs to be cooked for 45 minutes. Only then will it be flavorful. Hua Sungzan gasped and sat down to one side with his legs crossed as he clutched his hand. Old Wang, you've been too heavy-handed. He said to Boss Gu, you know how he usually bullies me, right? With his spirit eyes, Li Qingshan could see the two people under the guest pine tree from afar. If Hua Sungzan's spirit chi was like flowing water, then Wang Pushi's spirit chi was like frozen ice. It was so dense that it was almost tangible. Every movement of his would draw upon the spirit chi of heaven and earth. It was filled with indescribable profundities. But when Li Qingshan arrived under the guest pine tree, his attention was completely focused on Boss Gu. No matter how profound Wang Pushi's body was, he was unable to shift his gaze away. A pure white robe, wide and elegant, laid softly on the bamboo mat. It was as if it had blended into one with the vast expanse of whiteness. A face that could topple the world looked at Li Qingshan with a faint smile. It was as beautiful as snow, yet it contained a peerless beauty. Li Qingshan originally did not believe in love at first sight. He believed that he, who had experienced the assault of countless beauties on the internet in his previous life, would no longer have the so-called breathtaking feeling. But at this moment, he was willing to believe in love at first sight. He believed even more that this world had a beauty that his previous life could not compare to. His heartbeat sped up, and he could barely control himself. He had once said arrogantly that he wanted to sleep with the most beautiful woman in the world when he was drunk. To him, this was merely a drunken joke. But now, a strong desire to marry her had sprouted in his heart. Feng Zhang's reaction was the complete opposite of his. He only took a glance before lowering his head, as if the person in front of him was not a peerless beauty, but a ferocious beast. Hua Sungzan glanced at Feng Zhang in disdain, then smiled at Li Qingshan. However, a hint of sorrow flashed through his eyes. Only the most arrogant and egotistical person would dare to look directly into her eyes, and then immerse himself in them, unable to extricate himself. Boss Gu coughed softly and sniffled. How many days has it been since you last bathed? Her voice was as pleasant as the flowing of an icy spring, but the words that came out of her mouth caused Li Qingshan to instantly become sluggish. A certain perfect image in his heart crumbled a little, and he really wanted to shout, "You can't say such things." In his heart, even if she could not be like those in fairy tales, where flowers would bloom and honey would flow as soon as she opened her mouth, she should still be more poetic and beautiful. Hua Sengzan could not help but burst into laughter. Li Qingshan did not know how to answer for a moment. Even though he had been training all day, there was no way he would have any smell on his body. But it was also thanks to this that he woke up from his just now state of intoxication. Li Qingshan just now noticed that there was a small silver eagle hanging from her waist. It was exactly the same as the one on Wang Puxi's waist. Under the illumination of the snow, the white eagle's wings could be vaguely seen. The wings extended all the way to the sleeves, and every feather was extremely fine, just like the legendary feather clothes. Chapter 79. Li Qingshan said, "My name is Li Qingshan. May I know your name, big sister?" He wanted to call her Miss, but although she was noble, she was definitely not the kind of young lady who had been raised in a boudoir. He wanted to call her Miss, but although she was young, she did not deserve this word, or rather, this word did not deserve to be used as a form of address for her. Fairy might be the best choice. Although he had no feelings for this word before, calling her this way felt like lowering his head. In the end, he could only call her big sister unabashedly, just like Su Xian who first met the white snake on the West Lake. Hua Sengzan really admired Li Qingshan. At that time, he could not even speak a complete sentence. This kid from the mountains was really brave. My name is Gu Yenying. Do you know why I called you here, little brother Qingshan? Gu Yenying gently waved the delicate jade folding fan in her hand. There was a hint of ridicule in her smile, but her gaze was very distant. Little brother Qingshan. Li Qingshan would rather be called Tiger Descending the Mountain by the people of Jianghu for the rest of his life, but he thought that he was only 15 or 16 years old. In her eyes, perhaps he really was a little brother. The sorrow in the depths of Hua Sengzan's eyes deepened. Wang Puxi frowned. How could Li Qingshan deserve to be called little brother by her? But he knew that she was carefree and casual, so he could not say anything. On second thought, if she did not have this kind of temperament, he would not be qualified to sit opposite to her. Li Qingshan thought about the only thing on him that people knew about and could take out was the spiritual ginseng. Have you come for the spiritual ginseng as well? If that was the case, he could only hand over the spiritual ginseng. It was not because he was enchanted by her beauty, but because he was not strong enough. Although he was in love with her, he was not a love-struck fool who would casually abandon his principles and dignity. If Gu Yenying was really here for the spiritual ginseng, then her image in his mind would be greatly reduced. Wang Puxi could not help but laugh, while Hua Sengzan was already laughing so hard that he fell over. Gu Yenying was annoyed and amused at the same time. She curled her lips and said, "Who would want something stained with your saliva?" In the eyes of the top experts of Jianghu, the spirit ginseng was as precious as their life, but in her eyes, it was just something stained with saliva. The wine is ready. Li Qingshan calculated the time and placed the cauldron on the table. The moment the lid was opened, Li Qingshan saw thousands of rays of spiritual light shooting out and was reminded of a certain anime from his previous life. A dense wine fragrance spread out, and the surrounding snow quickly melted. The welcoming pine tree beside him clearly stretched out, becoming even more verdant. As Li Qingshan smelled the wine fragrance, he felt as if his muscles and bones had become lighter. The true qi in his body immediately became active. It was easy to imagine what would happen if he drank this wine. Compared to the simple spiritual wine brewed from the spiritual ginseng, this wine was more than 10 times better. Li Qingshan's face flushed red. He felt like an ignorant villager guarding a piece of cured pork and treating it as the world's most delicious delicacy. He was so ashamed that he could not show his face. He wished that she was really here for the spiritual ginseng. Gu Yenying sniffed lightly and smiled. 100-year-old Bodhi wine. Old Wang, you're very considerate. Wang Puxi said, I know that you like to drink, Commander, so I forced some from old brother Tian. Among the 100 clans, the agricultural family is the best at brewing wine. He then personally poured the wine into the pot and glared at Wuxia. Aren't you going to pour the wine? Wuxia stood up and poured 2 cups of wine. Wang Puxi asked, what about yours? Only then did Wuxia giggle and pour a cup for himself. Gu Yenying smiled and said, everyone who sees it has a share. Little brother Qin Shan, you should try it too. She ignored Feng Zhang, who was at the side. Feng Zhang's ears perked up. As he smelled the wine fragrance, he felt as if hundreds of claws were scratching at his heart. If the spiritual ginseng was not that enticing to him, then this legendary Bodhi wine, just 1 cup. 1 cup. He could break through the 2nd layer of the qi refining realm and reach the 3rd layer, but no one mentioned it. He did not dare to blame Gu Yenying and the other 2. He could only grit his teeth in hatred towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan lowered his head and said nothing. Wuxia had already forced a cup of wine into his hands. Come, come, come. Consider yourself lucky. I usually don't even get to drink something as good as this. Li Qingshan lowered his head and looked at the golden liquid in the cup. He knew that if he refused now, he would seem too petty. Thus, he raised his head and drank the wine in 1 gulp. Hey! Wuxia wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Wang Puxi had not even looked at Li Qingshan from beginning to end. He was only guessing why Gu Yenying had asked him to come over and even let him drink the precious Bodhi wine. Gu Yenying had no intention of stopping him at all. Instead, she smiled and looked like she was watching a good show. Before Li Qingshan could distinguish the taste of the wine, a scorching mass of spiritual energy split open in his stomach and rampaged through his limbs and bones. His own true qi could not stop it in the slightest. Not good. The spiritual energy contained in this wine was even greater than he had imagined. The spiritual light and wine smell it gave off were only the surface layer. Feng Zhang was delighted. Country bumpkin. This Bodhi wine had to be drunk slowly. If it was drunk too quickly, the powerful spiritual energy would destroy the dantian and meridians, like a flood destroying a dam. Li Qingshan did not explode and die, because he had never cultivated any meridians or dantian. His entire body glowed brightly as he worked hard to mobilize his true qi to devour and convert the spiritual energy. His body was like a sponge, absorbing the spiritual energy and gradually calming down the chaotic spiritual energy. Gu Yenying stared at Li Qingshan, her eyes as sharp as a hawk's. On the tip of her left hand, an ancient copper coin was jumping rapidly. As she focused her gaze, Li Qingshan felt as if his soul was being seen through. A moment later, Li Qingshan had completely digested the spiritual energy in his body. Gu Yenying's gaze then became slack, and she tilted her head as if she was thinking about something. Wuxia let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that body refining was not completely useless. Wang Puxi, on the other hand, felt a little strange. The spiritual energy contained in the Bodhi wine was so powerful that it was enough to allow one to directly advance to the 3rd layer of qi refining. However, Li Qingshan did not show any signs of breaking through. He was still in the 1st layer of qi refining, although his true qi had become much stronger. If he had not drunk a cup, he would have suspected that this Bodhi wine was fake, or that it was not old enough. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief and cupped his hands towards Gu Yenying and the others. Thank you. He did not expect that not only would he not lose the spiritual ginseng, but he would also get a cup of wine to drink. However, he still felt a little unhappy. Chapter 80. Wang Puxi's expression was rather ugly. Qinyang was also under his jurisdiction, but how was he supposed to know what the Black Wind stronghold was? Wuxia thought about it and said, I think there's a place like that on our list, but it's just too low on the list. We haven't been able to make a move in all these years. Only after a very long time did Li Qingshan learn that every single member of the Hawk-Wolf Guard had a list. They were ranked according to their strength, how much evil they had committed, how much influence they had, and how much they could benefit from it. The Hawk-Wolf Guard would send out masters to kill them one by one from top to bottom. This was the blacklist that terrified the people of the Jianghu. If you could rank high enough on the blacklist, it would prove you were powerful enough, but it also meant you were close to death. However, due to the endless number of people, the Black Wind Stronghold was basically the type that would never be ranked. You've been too talkative. Wang Pushi barked. Feng Zhang saw how Li Qingshan had offended Commander Wang, so he thought his opportunity had arrived. He gathered his courage and said, "Commanders, this kid stole the spiritual ginseng and slaughtered the innocent, ruining the prestige of our Hawk-Wolf Guard. Are you lying to me?" Gu Yenying interrupted him. She was not questioning him, but surprised, as if Feng Zhang had done something unbelievable. "No, I didn't." Feng Zhang wanted to quibble, but Wang Pushi looked over with a darkened face. He immediately felt like he had been grabbed by the neck, unable to utter a single word. "Our Hawk-Wolf Guard might not be some kind people, but it's not like we've fallen to such a level. We've been ordered around by the people of the Jianghu and have to come up with these ridiculous lies." Gu Yenying shook her head and no longer paid any attention to Feng Zhang. Instead, she said to Wang Pushi, "Old Wang, did you bring a map?" Feng Zhang's face basically seemed like he had been struck by a knife. He was sheet white, without the slightest hint of blood. He was covered in sweat. After all, even people who had reached such a level of cultivation could control their bodies freely. His behavior only demonstrated just how distracted he was. "I did." Wang Pushi fished out a large map from the pouch on his waist. Li Qingshan widened his eyes. A spatial pocket. A thick map made from the fur of who knew what animal was unfurled on the small table. It actually glowed with light. It was no regular map. Gu Yenying said, "Channel your true qi into it and recite the 3 words Qingyang City." Li Qingshan placed his hand on the map and thought of Qingyang City. An extremely weak speck of light lit up in a corner of the map, and he obviously received a lot of information in his head, including the location, area, population, and so on of Qingyang City. Gu Yenying said, "Think about the Clear River Prefecture." With a thought from Li Qingshan, 100 specks of light lit up at the same time. They were as resplendent as a river of stars. Every single speck of light was a city, and the light from Qingyang City was basically the weakest. The brightest speck of light in the center was Clear River City. 317 cities spanned 1,500 kilometers. This was the Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan had already known that this world was vast, but he never expected it to be so vast. He had once heard the elders in the village mention it, but he only treated it as an exaggerated story. He never thought it would actually be true. In a flash, he understood why the prefect had casually given the position of district magistrate to the incompetent Yi Duchuan. This was because a small city was completely insignificant to the entire Clear River Prefecture, and the Black Wind Stronghold was even more insignificant. Unless the Black Wind Stronghold directly rebelled, it would be very difficult for the news to reach Clear River City that was thousands of kilometers away. Not only was the imperial government of this world not weak, but it was terrifyingly powerful instead. Due to the sheer size of the land, they allowed the local officials to govern themselves like feudal lords. However, autonomy did not mean freedom. Whether it was the Black Wind Stronghold or the Drawn Rains village, no matter how much trouble they caused, they would only cause trouble in a small place. If they caused too much trouble, they could directly send 1 or 2 Hawk-Wolf guards over to crush them to death. It would not shake the foundation of the imperial government at all. It was basically more stable than any of the dynasties that Li Qingshan knew of. The Rui Commandery under my jurisdiction has 9 prefectures. Half a year ago, the White Lotus sect sacrificed an entire city in order to forge an arcane treasure in the Yueqing prefecture. There were around 200,000 people. Gu Yenying tilted her head back and drank a cup of alcohol. Hua Sengzan filled it up for her in a hurry. 200,000 people. To Li Qingshan, the Black Wind Stronghold's actions of massacring an entire village was already a heinous act, but he never thought there would be people who were 1,000 times more heinous. Li Qingshan subconsciously searched for the Rui Commandery on the map and saw almost 10 times the number of specks of light. However, from the map alone, the extinguishing of a speck of light seemed like a trivial matter. The Rui Commandery spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. Although Li Qingshan was not particularly familiar with geography, he did know that this was already much larger than the entire China of his past life. In that moment, Gu Yenying was clearly right in front of him, yet she also seemed to be beyond the clouds, so far away that he could not reach her. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing the posture of an eagle in the sky. All he could do was look up. The eagle circled in the sky in search of larger prey, so why would it cast its gaze on the well and pay attention to the conflict between a few flies? This time, it had only stopped by the well by chance and seen a special frog. Wang Puxi said carefully, "Commander, have you come this time for the matter of the White Lotus sect?" The White Lotus Mother was a golden core demonic cultivator, a terrifying figure that he could not afford to provoke. Getting involved in a conflict like that was definitely not a good thing. Commander Gu had led people to encircle and annihilate the White Lotus sect 5 times. Although they emerged victorious every time, just the White Wolf Guards had died, and his strength as a Scarlet Hawk commander was only on par with the White Wolf Guards. Gu Yenying smiled. Then how could I have come alone? The White Lotus Mother is injured and has already gone into hiding. I've only scratched the surface of the 6 trigrams divination, so I can't find her. Moreover, golden core cultivators aren't easy to kill. Reaching there, she glanced at Li Qingshan again and lamented over the fact that her 6 trigrams divination was truly lacking. She could not even divine this person clearly. Since it was not for the White Lotus sect, there really were not a lot of people in the Rui Commandery that were worthy of her taking action. Everyone looked over in confusion. Gu Yenying placed down the cup in her hand and paused. She seemed like she had a headache. Her Highness the Dark Queen's cat has gone missing. She sent me to look for it. Look for a cat. Li Qingshan was stunned. Originally, he thought she had something very important to do, coming to capture some terrifying figure. He never thought she would travel all the way to Qinyang City just to find a cat. Gu Yenying sighed. I'd rather fight the White Lotus Mother. However, Wang Puxi and Hua Sengzan knew what the Dark Queen meant, so they became extremely cautious. They were afraid to interrupt and ask too much. That was probably a conflict that touched on the upper echelons of the Green Province. It was not something they could interfere with. As Gu Yenying spoke, her mouth did not stop, downing cup after cup of alcohol. By the time she reached there, she had already finished the cauldron of alcohol. Her face was slightly flushed, like spring had returned. She was incomparably enchanting. Chapter 81. Wang Puxi glanced at the pouch of spiritual stones. Commander, this is far too valuable. His Bodhi brew was not even a tenth of the pouch's value. Gu Yenying had clearly called him over to give him these spiritual stones. He was unable to express his gratitude with words. If I tell you to keep it, then keep it. It's not like I lack these spiritual stones. As Gu Yenying said that, she said to Hua Sengzan, Little Hua, what you lack right now isn't spiritual stones. Don't just let others use the time they spend on bullying children on cultivation. You should stop fooling around and spend more time on cultivation. Out of the 18 commanders under me, only you're still a chi practitioner. You have to understand that if you can't undergo the heavenly tribulation and establish a foundation, you'll still be mortal in the end. Li Qingshan thought, it's no wonder that Gu Yenying knew Feng Zhang was lying. She sat there, but she heard everything that happened in the city. And, in the eyes of regular people, she truly was a godlike figure. Hua Sengzong giggled. Yes, Boss Gu. I'll definitely risk my life to cultivate. Only in the end did Gu Yenying say to Li Qingshan, little bro Qingshan, I'll give you this map, and I'll give you a word of advice. The Green Province spans 15,000 kilometers, but the Jianghu is only a corner. With that, she took off, her wide sleeves ruffling in the wind like a hawk spreading its wings. Before Li Qingshan could even return to his senses, the figure in Snow White had already vanished into the horizon. As it turned out, it really could fly. He repeated the words Gu Yenying had left behind. He understood that if he remained in Qingyang City, he probably would not have the opportunity to meet her again in this life. In the cold of winter, Feng Zhang was drenched in sweat, like he had just been fished out of water. He felt like he had just been freed from a great burden, so he sucked in a deep breath. Wang Puxi's expression regained its grimness, and he immediately exuded a powerful pressure. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that the person in front of him was also an extraordinary and terrifying person. Under the radiance of Gu Yenying, he seemed like an ordinary old man next door. However, as soon as Gu Yenying left, that terrifying aura that was like a mountain fire pressed down on him. Li Qingshan instinctively felt fear and danger, as if an axe was right in front of him, about to fall in the next moment. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. No matter how the aura pressured him, he did not move at all. Under the enormous pressure, his iron bones seemed to be clanking. Feng Zhang knelt on the ground with a thud. Wang Puxi turned his head away. He simply didn't want to take another look at Feng Zhang's ugly state. Compared to Li Qingshan, the difference was like heaven and earth. Leave behind the wolf tablet and piss off. If he were here and encountered something like this, he would punish Feng Zhang at most, but he really could not afford to lose face like this in front of Gu Yenying. He was truly furious inside. This bastard was actually bold enough to lie to her with words that did not know what was good for him. Gu Yenying did not say anything directly, nor did she seem angry at all. However, she had decided Feng Zhang's fate with just a few casual words. Commander. Feng Zhang wailed out like he had been struck by lightning. When Li Qingshan heard that, he also felt like a bird mourns when it was about to die. He thought, I'm just telling you to resign. Why do you sound like your parents have died? That's not how a man should act. Little did he know what this meant to Feng Zhang, nor did he understand the difficulty of joining the Hawk-Wolf Guard. The various cultivation methods that were difficult to come across in the Jianghu could be freely read in the library of the Hawk-Wolf Guard. No matter where he went, even people stronger than him would treat him politely. The entire clan was honored because of his identity. Once he was stripped of this identity, he would just be a so-called innate master in the Jianghu. However, Wang Puxi was renowned for his heart of stone. He would never go back on his word. If he persisted, he might even end up getting himself killed. Feng Zhang placed the wolf tablet on the table with trembling hands and glanced back at Li Qingshan. What kind of gaze was that? It was filled with resentment, as if he wanted to flay him alive and devour his bones. If regular people received a gaze like that, they would feel uneasy for several months, but who was Li Qingshan? He glared back fearlessly. After going through so much, his willpower had become unyielding a long time ago. It was no longer the same as before. In the end, Feng Zhang shifted his gaze first and left in a hurry. Wang Puxi said, "Put it away." Li Qingshan went up and stowed the map of the Green Province away. It was precious and precious. Although it could not be used for cultivation or killing enemies, it was the best tool for broadening the mind of a man. It allowed him to understand how vast the world was and how insignificant he was. However, no matter how insignificant he was, there would be a day when he would prove that a frog would not remain a frog forever. He would definitely leap out of this well, unfold his wings, and fly into the 9 heavens to pursue that unreachable figure. Not only did this experience fail to crush his confidence, but it instead strengthened his resolve and strengthened his heart, allowing him to set an even greater goal. Hua Sengzan smiled to one side. However, inside, he only thought, the ignorant are fearless. There will be a day when you understand just how great the distance between you and her is. It's so great that no fortuitous encounters, talent, or hard work can make up for it. No matter how hard you chase after her, you won't be able to take a single step closer. Then there's this. Wang Puxi glanced at the wolf tablet. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He picked up the wolf tablet, and a cool sensation seeped into his palm. He felt refreshed all over. Not only was this item forged from profound ice iron, but it could calm the mind, preventing the wearer from suffering cultivation deviation so easily. It was twice the result with half the effort, and it came with many other wondrous effects. Li Qingshan did not know about this, but he knew this item was impressive. However, everything had happened so quickly that he had no idea how to react. In less than an hour, he had become a hawk-wolf guard that the people of the Jianhu feared so much, and this was only because of Gu Yanying's attitude. Wang Puxi stowed the table, stove, and cauldron back into his pouch on his waist. He stood up. You're not a hawk-wolf guard right now. Go report to Zhuozhibwa in Jiaping City. He took out a metal ruler and tossed it into the air. The ruler swelled in the wind and became 3 meters long, hovering in the air. Wang Puxi stepped onto the metal ruler. Hua Sengzan patted Li Qingshan's shoulder and gave him an expression of wishing him luck. He said 2 words, run. The metal ruler shot through the air, leaving behind a streak of light. Oi, old Wang, wait for me. Hua Sengzan crossed several dozen meters in a single step. He stepped onto the metal ruler and vanished into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Before Li Qingshan could even marvel at the abilities of an immortal, he felt a violent wave of murderousness. He saw Feng Zhang's twisted face with a single glance, charging over like a mad dog. He decided to listen to Hua Sengzan for now and not clash with the maddened Feng Zhang. He used the movement technique of the tiger demon climbs the mountain and leapt up the mountain. As soon as he leapt away, a wind blade slid past where he was. The top half of the large, welcoming pine tree slid down slowly, falling to the ground loudly. When Li Qingshan turned around and saw this, he was surprised. This probably was not just because of Feng Zhang, but also because of the wind-entwining blade. The welfare of the Hawk-Wolf Guard really was impressive. It could not be compared to the inferior spiritual artifacts wielded by first-rate or second-rate people of the Jianghu. Chapter 82. Li Qingshan grabbed the cursive sword calligraphy on his back. After drinking the Bodhi brew, not only had the true qi in his body completely recovered, but it had also reached an unprecedented peak. It was enough to activate this spirit artifact again, and it would definitely be much more powerful than the wind-entwining blade. However, he didn't have absolute confidence that he could kill Feng Zhang in one blow. This spirit artifact of his was probably more than a grade higher than the wind-entwining blade. It was a truly precious treasure. If he didn't kill his enemy and word got out, it would probably attract not just first-rate experts, but innate experts or qi refinement experts. Moreover, he couldn't control this spirit artifact very well. Once he used it, he would have to use up all the true qi in his body. If he failed, his stamina, strength, and speed would all decrease by more than a level. He could only resign himself to death. Leaden clouds covered the sky again. In the pitch-black night, one chased and the other fled. With his extraordinary eyesight, Li Qingshan leaped continuously through the mountains, specifically looking for rugged areas that were difficult to traverse. He climbed cliffs and leaped over mountain streams, the scenery in front of him constantly flying past him. Feng Zhang chased madly from behind with bloodshot eyes. He also seemed to have night vision, but his eyesight was far inferior to Li Qingshan's, who had shed oxen tears. If they were on flat ground, Feng Zhang might have been able to catch up. However, in the mountains, Li Qingshan's 3 forms of the tiger demon movement technique practically had an additional effect. He was unbelievably fast, and the mountains rose and fell. After a few twists and turns, Li Qingshan could no longer be found. Li Qingshan pulled away and hid in a snowy nest in the shade of a mountain rock like a tiger hunting its prey. He held the cursive sword calligraphy in his hand and even summoned Little An. As long as Feng Zhang chased after him, he would go all out. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could at least injure him a little. They were already deep in the mountains, which gave him enough time to buffer. To be able to chase Feng Zhang to death all the way here, it couldn't be said that his calculations weren't deep. A long howl rang out, and Feng Zhang's venomous voice reverberated through the mountains. Li Qingshan, I will definitely skin you alive and hack you into 1,000 pieces. I won't rest until you're dead. The tremors caused the snow on the mountaintop to slide down. Li Qingshan knew that Feng Zhang would not chase after him for the time being. He sighed regretfully. As for those threats, he would not take them to heart. After lying in ambush for a while and confirming that Feng Zhang did not chase after him, he crawled out of the snow nest, shook off the snow on his body, and walked into the depths of the boundless mountains. After obtaining the map, he finally knew the name of the boundless mountains that he had been gazing at for 10 years. Boundless and boundless was boundless. Broad-mindedness was boundless. What a good name. He climbed to the peak and looked at the mountains again. There was no longer any confusion in his heart. He saw a house in the distance. When he rushed over to take a look, he realized that it was not a village, but a dilapidated mountain deity temple. Other than the main hall, most of the walls and houses had collapsed, but it was still a shelter. Although he did not fear the cold, being in a world of ice and snow consumed a lot of his physical strength and jinqi. With Little An's help, he found a bear's nest. The wild bear was still in hibernation and had not woken up yet. Li Qingshan went up and punched it to death, then carried it back to the mountain deity temple. Because of the different magical powers he practiced, although Little An's 5 senses were not as sharp as Li Qingshan's, he seemed to be extremely sensitive to qi. Even Li Qingshan did not notice the bear's nest under the snow at first. The main hall was empty. There was not even an offering table or a plaque. It must have been taken by the nearby villagers as firewood. However, Li Qingshan found that the mighty mountain deity with a green face and tusks was actually a solid wooden sculpture. It stood intact on the altar, with only traces of the erosion of time. Presumably, the villagers did not dare to blaspheme the mountain deity too much. However, Li Qingshan did not care about this. Right now, he was with demons. Both he and Shaoan practiced the abilities of demons, so there was no need for them to worship ghosts or gods anymore. He went up and smashed the statue to pieces with a few punches and kicks, lighting a fire in the hall. Afterwards, he skinned a huge bear and dismantled its bones. He did not need any weapons at all. With a gentle swipe of his finger, the thick bear skin and flesh were cut open like paper. The bear heart was Little An's dinner. The bear skin was spread on the ground and the bear meat was placed on the bonfire. Speak of the devil. Oxen, whom Li Qingshan had been thinking about, suddenly appeared in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan cursed silently. It was like the police in the movies, always appearing after everything was over. Oxen looked at the statue in the fire and nodded in satisfaction. He asked, "How do you feel today?" Li Qingshan said, "I feel like I don't know anything. I'm being laughed at for no reason. You don't even explain it to me. Even if I really cultivated the 9 oxen and 2 tigers, can I really defeat others? Then what's with the qi refining golden core?" Oxen said, "Isn't what you understand now more profound than what I told you? You will soon understand whether my magical powers are useful or not." As for the qi refining golden core, that's how humans divide them. Li Qingshan said, am I not a human? Oxen smiled without saying anything, causing Li Qingshan to feel a wave of disgust. He grabbed the bear meat and began to chew on it. Many parts of the meat were still half-cooked and had traces of blood on them, but he didn't find it disgusting. Instead, he thought it had a unique flavor. In a short while, he had completely devoured the large bear. He also felt that he was a little inhuman, but there was nothing wrong with being able to eat and drink. After cooking, he exercised and got up to cultivate. He discovered that after drinking a cup of Bodhi brew, his tiger demon bone forging fist was only a layer away from the first realm, but he just couldn't break through. He asked Oxen about the reason, and the result was just as he expected. Ox Demon's fist of great strength was steady and firm, requiring bitter cultivation, while Tiger Demon Bone Forging Fist needed to advance through slaughter. Slaughter. Li Qingshan lowered his head and pondered. In the pitch-black mountain range, a bit of light could travel very far. Li Qingshan lay on the bare skin, holding the cursive sword calligraphy in his hand. He had little and hide and quietly waited for his prey to take the bait. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he suddenly opened his eyes and stepped out of the mountain god temple. He saw that it wasn't just Feng Zhang. There were 5 people beside him. Hall Master Wu, Wei Dondong, Chu Xian, Lu Tingrui, and Wan Hao, 5 first-rate experts. They had surrounded the mountain god temple to prevent Li Qingshan from escaping. There were also countless figures moving about. They were all disciples of their sections. There was no lack of second-rate experts among them, and the weakest were third-rate. Li Qingshan hadn't expected that waiting for Feng Zhang to take the bait would attract so many people. It seemed that although Feng Zhang was furious, he wasn't an idiot and knew to borrow the strength of others. Chapter 83. Wan Hao and Wei Dondong's complexion became somewhat uneasy. Chu Xian chuckled and said, there is nothing shameful about doing business. He fiddled with the iron abacus in his hand, making walala sounds. Lu Tingrui drew a glistening, thin sword. Hand over the spiritual ginseng, and we'll leave immediately. Feng Zhang had told them to come because he promised that everyone would get a share of the spiritual ginseng in Li Qingshan's possession. Although Hall Chief Wu was rather dissatisfied with this, he was not bold enough to say anything when he saw Feng Zhang's darkened face. Li Qingshan said nothing more. He fished out the spiritual ginseng from his gourd and tossed it into his mouth, chewing it up and swallowing it. He clapped his hands. It's gone. As soon as the eyes of the masters lit up, they dimmed rapidly. Their expressions varied, ranging from despair, fury, or disappointment, but none of them had the will to fight. Li Qingshan's drastic move was sure, accurate, and ruthless. Feng Zhang said, I have pills that are even more useful than the spiritual ginseng. As long as I take action, I'll definitely grant all of your wishes. However, if anyone doesn't take action, they'll be my mortal enemy from today onwards. I'll take revenge on all of your family members one by one. The masters all changed in expression. Li Qingshan sneered. Do you really believe the words of this person who threatens your family at every turn? Why don't we work together and kill him? Let's see if he has pills on him, and we'll split it. He's no longer a Hawkwolf guard anyway, so we don't have to worry about revenge. The masters were all tempted. Feng Zhang drew his wind-entwining blade with a swish. Who dares to? Seeing how his forceful threats had the opposite effect, he added, the pills aren't on me either. If Li Qingshan were a little stronger, it really might have been possible for him to make them defect. However, the masters could clearly tell which of the two of them was easier to kill, so they made their decision. Seeing everyone approach him step by step, Li Qingshan thought, will the Wind Snow Mountain Divine Temple come after the Qingyang building is drenched in blood? Perhaps the heavens really were willing, but snowflakes really did drift down from the sky again. He did not plan on fleeing. Although the battle had been difficult, it was an opportunity for him to make a breakthrough in the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Not only did he seek riches in the midst of danger, but he also had to seek magical powers and martial arts in the midst of danger. There were only experts who emerged from battle, not experts who escaped. Great by saber force. Feng Zhang raised his wind-entwining saber and attacked at the same time. Li Qingshan separated his legs and spread his arms. He faced the sky and let out a long roar. However, it was not the voice of a human, but the roar of a ferocious tiger. Roar! The entire spirit ginseng began to take effect in his stomach. True qi surged like the tide and poured into the whistle. He used a move from the tiger demon's fist of bone forging that he had never truly used before. Tiger demon roar. All the falling snowflakes within 300 feet were swept away. If one looked from above, they would see a hemispherical shape rising from the ground. Feng Zhang was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His great bi-saber aura was instantly disrupted. The 5 experts simultaneously stopped in their tracks and retreated. They felt as if an iron hammer was knocking on their heads. They looked at Li Qingshan in disbelief. They were intimidated by his ferocious aura. Was he really just a first-rate expert? The other second- and third-rate experts were even worse off. They covered their ears and rolled on the ground. 2 streams of blood flowed out of their mouths. Their eardrums had been directly shattered. A few of the weakest were even killed by the roar. The roar of a tiger in the forest caused the beasts to retreat. Li Qingshan was fighting 1 against 100, yet he still had the upper hand. The roar was endless, shaking the entire mountain deity temple. Not a single snowflake could fall. Feng Zhang endured the roar and roared, "What are you all waiting for?" He spun the saber in his hand and sent out another wind blade. Li Qingshan stopped roaring. He did not retreat or evade. He mobilized his true qi and poured it into his palm. His 5 fingers spat out a tiger claw-like aura and ruthlessly grabbed the wind blade. The wind blade shattered and set off a gust of wind. Li Qingshan looked at his palm and saw a faint bloodstain. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. He revealed a ferocious smile and arched his body, looking very much like a ferocious tiger in human form. His killing intent burned wildly and his demonic nature surged. The killing moves of the 5 experts also arrived at the same time. Wei Dondong's long sword, Lu Tingrue's thin sword, Wan Hao's steel saber, and Hall Leader Wu's iron fists. Each of their weapons glowed with spiritual light. Even Hall Leader Wu was wearing a spiritual glove. They sealed off all of Li Qingshan's paths of retreat. 18 abacus beads shot over like arrows, completely cutting off Li Qingshan's last chance of survival. Chu Exayan also stopped smiling. The 5 experts worked together and killed him in 1 strike. Feng Zhang did not even need to make a move. Li Qingshan did not care about anything else. He took a step forward and grabbed Wei Dondong's shoulder, risking his life. Before the claw arrived, the roar pierced everyone's ears. Wei Dondong cherished his life so much, how could he be willing to die here? He immediately withdrew his sword and retreated. As soon as he retreated, Li Qingshan advanced, causing Wei Dondong to lose all his courage. The long sword in his hand danced in an airtight manner. He only hoped to delay for a moment so that the others could kill Li Qingshan. A spiritual sword pierced through the air. Little An, who had been hiding all this time, finally showed himself. Seeing that Li Qingshan was in deep danger, he immediately used his strongest sword aura, enveloping the 3 of them. Suddenly, a saber severed the sword aura. Feng Zhang waved his wind-entwining saber and blocked Little An. Little An's eyes burned with blood-red flames as he watched the saber and sword land on Li Qingshan's body. Blood splattered everywhere. In his heart, he wished that he could tear Feng Zhang to pieces. Wan Hao's saber landed on Li Qingshan's shoulder and Lu Tingrue's thin sword stabbed into Li Qingshan's body. Although they were shocked by Little An's appearance, they were all first-rate experts. Their wills were incomparably firm and they were not affected in the slightest. Li Qingshan had long since circulated the true qi in his body. The two unstoppable spiritual weapons were not able to cut through Li Qingshan. But even if he had copper skin and iron bones, he was immediately injured. However, he did not care about it at all. He just kept moving forward, not letting go of Wei Dondong. The 18 iron abacus beads landed on Li Qingshan's body, but he was not affected in the slightest. This caused Chu Xian's eyes to widen in disbelief. Hall Master Wu was the most careful. He attacked from behind Li Qingshan. Seeing that Li Qingshan was wide open, he was delighted and punched Li Qingshan's back with all his strength. Li Qingshan thanked him in his heart. "You're the one I'm least afraid of here." He used the force to charge forward. His arms grew and he grabbed Wei Dondong's shoulders. He tore them apart and roared, "Demonic tiger tearing sheep." Wei Dondong did not even have the chance to use all his secret techniques before he was torn in half. Blood and organs splattered all over the ground. He was not afraid of a tiger-like opponent, but a pig-like teammate. Li Qingshan killed an expert while being surrounded by 5 experts. He was incomparably ferocious, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Li Qingshan grabbed the 2 pieces of the corpse and threw them at Wan Hao and Lu Tingrui. The 2 of them were afraid that they would be injured by Li Qingshan's final counterattack and follow in Wei Dondong's footsteps. They immediately retreated. When experts fought, martial arts were only one part. The more important thing was their aura. The moment the enemy's aura weakened, Li Qingshan's aura became like a river bursting its banks. It could not be controlled. He did not care about the people behind him at all. He charged forward like a mad tiger towards the second and third-rate experts. Chapter 84. The few first-rate experts' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. These disciples were all painstakingly nurtured by them, and many of them were their children. They rushed forward without a care for anything else. Li Qingshan was happily killing, but Wan Hao ruthlessly chopped down again. Li Qingshan grabbed a third-rate expert in front of him and used him as a shield. Puchi. Wan Hao did not even frown. He chopped the person in front of him into 2 and continued to chop at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took advantage of the sword's momentum to use Tiger Demon leaping over the ravine and pounced at another second-rate expert. A faint sword mark was left on his back as he thought, "This old man is so ruthless. Single-armed blade, why did you kill my disciple?" Lu Tingrui was not happy. She ignored Li Qingshan and stabbed at Wan Hao with her sword. The person he killed was her beloved disciple. He was very handsome, and she had always liked him. Wan Hao waved his blade to block the thin sword. "He was caught, and there is no way he will live. I am just giving him a quick death." "Don't be noisy, woman. Now you are fighting amongst yourselves. Do you all want to die here?" Feng Zhang roared. His blade shone brightly, forcing Little N to retreat. "What kind of monster are you?" His right hand trembled slightly. Little N was not only skilled in sword techniques, but he was also very powerful. He was very hard to deal with. "Little N, kill." As Li Qingshan said that, his hand did not slow down at all. With a sharp swish, he reached towards the chest of a second-rate master. His hand was covered in blood, and a brutal aura rose up involuntarily. Before his hand had even arrived, he had already frightened the second-rate master, such that he could not even use half of his full strength. A few abacus beads shot over. Chu Xian attacked again, but this time he did not aim at Li Qingshan's major acupuncture points. Instead, he aimed at his eyes, perineum, and other vital points. Hall Chief Wu threw another punch towards Li Qingshan's back. The punch earlier had failed, so he was just like Lu Hong in the past. He was filled with disbelief, so he tried again without the slightest hesitation. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped, making the abacus beads miss him. He forcefully twisted his feet, and like a vicious tiger turning its head, he turned around and threw a punch through the air. "Are you done yet?" The fists collided. Leader Wu's arm cracked and flew more than 3 meters away. Before he could get up, a sword light descended from the sky, dazzling his eyes. It turned out that when Little and heard Li Qingshan's words, he immediately understood what he meant. He leaped and soared more than 10 meters into the air. He became one with his sword and stabbed at Leader Wu. Hall Leader Wu was greatly shocked. He displayed the quick reflexes of a first-rate expert. His fists danced wildly as he executed the move, thousands of men and horses. Every punch accurately struck the tip of the sword. A ding-dang sound rang out. Luckily, his glove was also a spirit tool, so his arms were not shattered by the sword. Little and borrowed the force to soar into the air. A wind blade slid past his body. Feng Zhang waved his wind blade and chased after him again. Little and did not bother with him anymore. Relying on his nimble body, he flew into the crowd and started killing those second and third-rate experts. Leader Wu finally managed to escape. He lay on the ground and gasped for breath. His arms were in so much pain that they felt like they were going to split. Especially his right arm, which had collided with Li Qingshan's fist. It was as soft as mud. All the bones were broken, and his right arm was crippled. Li Qingshan wanted to give him a kick, but Feng Zhang was already in front of him. Wan Hao and Lu Tingrui temporarily stopped their fight and attacked from the left and right. In just a breath's time, Leader Wu took out a pill that flashed with spiritual light and swallowed it. He actually stood up again. Not only did the injuries on his arms recover, even his inner force was completely replenished. "I have it too." Li Qingshan crushed the porcelain bottle in his chest and threw the body explosion pill that he took from Void Butcher into his mouth. Who cared about the side effects? He had to get through this first. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! His heartbeat suddenly sped up like an engine turning at high speeds. Li Qingshan's skinny body swelled up in a single moment, turning into a burly man. His true qi was stimulated tenfold, bursting out of his body. The long blade and thin sword were blocked by the protective true qi. It was as if they were stuck in a swamp. Wan Hao and Lu Tingrui were shocked. This was clearly innate true qi. He was not a first-rate expert, but an innate expert. By blade force. Break! Li Qingshan punched out. The true qi condensed into an iron fist and fiercely smashed onto the blade force. Li Qingshan already had monstrous strength. After taking the body explosion pill, he became even more powerful. He shattered the blade force with one punch. Feng Zhang flew high into the air and shouted anxiously in the air, "If you don't use your trump cards, everyone will die here today." Wan Hao, Lu Tingrui, Hall Leader Wu, and Chu Xin, the 4 first-rate experts, looked at each other. They all had trump cards to protect their lives, but the value of those things was comparable to a quarter of the spiritual ginseng. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would be willing to use them. Seeing Li Qingshan's terrifying appearance, they could no longer care about their treasures. Sigh, 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 we're going to make a loss today. Chu Xin sighed and took out a talisman. The other 3 people's actions were exactly the same. Li Qingshan's pupils constricted. He could not let them use their trump cards as they wished. Just as he lifted his foot, a terrifying gust of wind came from behind him. He suddenly looked back and saw that the second-rate expert, who was almost killed by him in one move, had taken out a talisman and stuck it on the blade in his hand. The blade was immediately enveloped in a layer of sharp blade force, and he slashed down. Li Qingshan felt that even if he had copper skin and iron bones, he would still be cut in half. Li Qingshan looked down on this second-rate expert too much because he did not have a spiritual weapon in his hand. Normal weapons could not break through his ox demon forges its hide at all. However, he did not think that he would have such a move. It was already too late for him to dodge. Seeing that he was about to make a contribution with one slash and take revenge for his fellow disciple, a look of ecstasy appeared on the face of that second-rate expert. Suddenly, a sword light slashed across his neck, and his head flew high into the air with blood. The corpse fell forward due to inertia, revealing the figure of Little and behind it. His white bones were already dyed red with blood. Behind him, dozens of second- and third-rate experts were lying dead on the ground. With a long sword in hand, his killing efficiency was much higher than Li Qingshan's. Many thanks. Li Qingshan smiled and took the large blade that had been strengthened by the talisman. The two of them stood back to back, facing all the enemies. The sky was as black as ink, and the night of slaughter continued. Taking advantage of this gap, the four first-rate experts bit the tip of their tongues and used the talismans in their hands. Cool Breeze Talisman. Lu Tingrui stuck the talisman on her leg, and a stream of air circled around her leg. Her movement technique was excellent to begin with, far surpassing that of Dragon's Gate Sex Yang Anji. After using the Cool Breeze Talisman, she floated to Li Qingshan's side like a ghost. It's your fortune to be able to die by so many precious talismans, and there's also the monster you brought with you. She stabbed out with her sword. Just as Little and was about to block it, she floated to the other side. Chapter 85. Metal Talisman of Sharpness. Wanhao stuck the talisman to his blade and condensed it into a meter-long blade aura. With a swing, it was impossible for Li Qingshan to survive another strike from him. As for Hall Chief Wu, he stuck the talisman to his chest, and a golden figure similar to the master of the Black Wind stronghold, Xiong Xiangu, rose up from his body. It was also a guardian talisman, but its color was much brighter. He charged over and launched a series of heavy punches. Feng Zhang stopped right there and sheathed his wind-entwining blade. He looked at Li Qingshan like he was looking at a dead man. Let alone Li Qingshan, even he would be dead if he was caught in a pincer attack like this. It would be very difficult for Li Qingshan to deal with even a single one of them. He stomped down heavily, and the ground collapsed into a huge pit. The ox demon stamps its hooves shook up the surroundings, and the four first-rate masters all paused. However, he did not dare to use this opportunity to strike. Instead, he used his full strength and leapt into the air at the same time as Little N. Everyone raised their heads, and a variety of expressions appeared on their faces. If Li Qingshan had forcefully charged through, he might have had a chance at survival, but he had leapt into the air, which was equivalent to cutting off his path of survival. In the air, there was no room for him to dodge or borrow force. The moment he fell out of the air would be the moment of his death. Li Qingshan reached the highest point. Right when he was about to descend, he suddenly unfurled the cursive sword calligraphy. A stroke, a horizontal stroke, a vertical stroke, and a hook lit up on it. Long before the three of them had surrounded him, Li Qingshan had already gripped the cursive sword calligraphy and channeled all of his true qi into it. Ever since he obtained the cursive sword calligraphy, his true qi had constantly strengthened. Not only had he ingested the Bodhi brew today, but he had also ingested the entire spiritual ginseng. Just now, he had ingested a body eruption pill. His true qi had become unprecedentedly powerful, pushing the power of the spiritual artifact to an unprecedented limit. The moment the cursive sword calligraphy unfurled, Feng Zhang's eyes lit up. A mid-grade spiritual artifact. No, it's a high-grade spiritual artifact. Run. Instead, he ravished with joy. If he could obtain a high-grade spiritual artifact, even being expelled from the Hawkwolf Guard would be worth it. Li Qingshan gathered all of his concentration and tried to control this high-grade spirit artifact. He didn't know if it was really his will that worked, or if it was just the spirit artifact itself that had automatically locked onto those hostile intents. A curl, a press, a horizontal, a vertical, and a hook flew toward Feng Zhang and the others. There was no need for Feng Zhang to remind them. At the moment Li Qingshan executed cursive sword calligraphy, these first-rate elites with sharp senses sensed an incredibly terrifying killing intent, and they reacted instinctively. Marriott waved his blade towards the sky, using offense as defense, and ingeniously sealed off the direction of the attack. However, in the face of absolute power, all moves were useless. Vertical fell straight down, and the blade along with the blade shattered inch by inch. In an instant, it pierced through the top of Marriott's head. He was stunned for a moment, and then his whole body crashed to the ground. Hall Chief Wu crossed his arms and used iron chains traversing the river. Combined with the protection of the Guardian King's talisman, he formed the strongest defense he could muster, but he was caught off guard by the hook. Two first-rate masters who had used trump cards were instantly slain, demonstrating the terror of high-grade spiritual artifacts. Flames soared into the sky and could be seen from 5 kilometers away. Feng Zhang felt that Li Qingshan had too many secrets. He was afraid that Li Qingshan still had a killing move, so he did not want to take the risk and used a talisman to finish him off. After all, it was impossible for a superior-grade spiritual weapon to be destroyed in this kind of fire. When the time came, he would just have to pick it up from Li Qingshan's ashes. The flames in Little N's eye sockets burned like blood. He attacked Lu Tingrui crazily, as if he wanted to perish together with Feng Zhang. Lu Tingrui dodged to the side and saw Little N charging towards the mountain god temple, wanting to snatch Li Qingshan out of the sea of fire. She could not help but mutter, "Monster." Chu Xian attacked again. The hidden weapons landed on Little N's body. He staggered and fell to the ground, but he immediately got up. Feng Zhang smiled coldly and waved his sleeve. His true chi surged and sent Little N flying. He stood in front of the fire like a mountain, separating him from Li Qingshan. He shouted, "You two idiots, hurry up and kill him. Don't let him escape." However, he was thinking of a way to silence him. He could not let anyone know about the superior-grade spiritual weapon. Chapter 86. But now, they were either dead or crippled. They no longer had the strength to fight against Feng Zhang, and they were also afraid that he would turn against them. Shaoan did not flee. He knelt on the ground as cracks appeared all over his body. He stared at the sea of fire as 2 streaks of bloody tears rolled down his cheeks. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. However, everyone felt like he was crying. Feng Zhang turned around, his face full of a gloomy smile. "In the end, I still have to do it myself." His smile suddenly froze. A terrifying feeling came from behind him, as if a terrifying beast had awakened in the raging fire. A wild roar soared into the sky. That was not a sound a human could make. Feng Zhang turned around and saw a black shadow stand up from the flames, shaking off the flames on its body. It was 3 meters tall and had a pair of sharp horns that pierced the sky. 2 dots of red light suddenly lit up. Li Qingshan lay motionless in the raging fire. In this life and death crisis, just as he had expected, his demon tiger bone forging fist had finally broken through to the first level. There was no powerful surge of power as he had imagined. He felt that his body was undergoing an extremely strange change. Everything was being torn apart, changed, and reshaped. The flames gradually became less unbearably hot, but he still did not dare to open his eyes. Oxen's words rang in his ears again. Only by cultivating these two fist techniques to the first level can you be considered to have truly learned this remarkable ability. Although his eyes were tightly shut, through the layers of flames, he seemed to feel that the little skeleton rushing over had heard his cries. Little Anne. An indescribable feeling rose in his heart and turned into a wild roar. Li Qingshan stood up from the flames and suddenly opened his eyes. The burning red light was no longer hidden in the depths of his eyes, but revealed its sharpness. He stepped forward and crushed the mountain god's head with an iron hoof. Under the invisible pressure, the flames bloomed like lotus flowers. He walked out of the sea of fire step by step. All the surviving people on the peak held their breath and opened their eyes wide. His huge body was as majestic as an iron tower. His pitch-black skin seemed to be forged from black iron. Mysterious beast marks extended from his head to his limbs. His feet had turned into iron hooves, and his hands had turned into sharp claws. A pair of bull horns were so sharp that they seemed like they were going to tear through the sky. His fiery red hair, or rather, his hair, was scattered wildly behind him, dancing wildly in the light and fire. Demonic chi soared into the sky, and the legend began. Feng Zhang reached into his bosom, and a gust of wind blew past him. The scarlet hair even brushed past his face. His body stiffened, his teeth chattered, and his body trembled. He no longer had any thoughts of resisting. There was only one thought left in his mind: run. A demon, even if it was a low-level demonic beast, was not something a second-layer chi practitioner like him could fend off. Apart from the wind-entwining blade from the Hawkwolf Guard, he did not possess a single decent spiritual artifact that could support him in battle against a demon. Li Qingshan's target was not Feng Zhang. When Lu Tingrui saw Li Qingshan emerge from the sea of fire, she turned around and fled without the slightest hesitation at all. The effects of the talisman were still present, so she actually moved extremely quickly. She leapt into the air, and a huge claw grabbed her head from behind. Li Qingshan said, "Tell me, who's the monster?" His voice was deep and hoarse, like the ringing of metal. It was filled with cold killing intent. His fangs were white, and his eyes flickered with red light. Lu Tingrui opened her mouth, but all she produced was an unconscious gurgling sound. She could be regarded as a first-rate master who had run amok in the Jianghu, but she had never seen a true demon before. She felt like a mouse that had fallen into a cat's paw, like she had run into a natural predator. Endless fear weighed down on her. This feeling was even more terrifying than death. Clang! 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 Countless hidden weapons landed on Li Qingshan, kicking up a series of sparks. Li Qingshan turned around and said, "Piss off." The sound waves infused with demon chi were like heavy hammers. Chu Xin flew out 7 or 8 meters. His head tilted to one side, and he could not be more dead. A second-rate master lying on the ground suddenly leapt high into the air. He stuck a talisman on his sword and attached a layer of sword intent. It turned out that he had been pretending to be dead all this while. At this moment, he wanted to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was just about to turn around when a tiger's tail lashed out like a steel whip, almost splitting the second-rate master in half at the waist. Li Qingshan looked back at his tail in shock. He suddenly discovered that he had gained another function, and his body's reaction was even faster than his consciousness. Li Qingshan casually clenched his fist, and his head shattered like a watermelon. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. One by one, he appeared beside the remaining second and third-rate disciples and began a massacre. In a few breaths' time, there was not a single person left alive on the mountain peak. Only Feng Zhang was left, fleeing down the mountain. Li Qingshan bent his knees slightly, and the ground suddenly cracked. He had already shot up into the sky. Feng Zhang was fleeing for his life when a black shadow descended from the sky, stomping on his body with the force of 1,000 caddies. Feng Zhang's cultivation could be considered impressive, but in front of Li Qingshan's absolute speed and strength, he actually did not have the slightest ability to resist. Blood spurted out of his mouth. "Monster, you are a monster." Feng Zhang's hands clawed at the ground. However, not to mention that he was no match for Li Qingshan's current strength, even if Li Qingshan let go of his foot, his internal organs and spine would still be crushed. He could only survive by relying on his innate qinqi. Li Qingshan bent down and said in a low voice, "I will tear your limbs off one by one." His eyes were as red as blood. Filled with the hatred and anger of humans, he was 10 times more savage and brutal than ordinary demons. Little An tugged at Li Qingshan's hand. Li Qingshan madly slapped him. Scram! Seeing Little An, an idea flashed through his mind. Li Qingshan abruptly stopped his hand, and the strong wind he had stirred up almost blew Little An over. He looked at Li Qingshan in fear, not knowing what to do. "Little An, I'm sorry, Li Qingshan grabbed his head, and between his fingers, a red light flickered. Little An stepped forward once more, grabbing Li Qingshan's hand, or rather, his claws. Li Qingshan forcefully suppressed all kinds of savage thoughts. He stomped Feng Zhang to death, giving him a quick death. He looked at his hands that had turned into beast claws, and all kinds of frenzied thoughts rampaged in his mind. He knelt on the ground, raised his head to the sky, and let out a wild howl. The sky was pitch black, and thick, dark clouds covered the stars and moon. However, above the clouds was a boundless sea of clouds. Under the moonlight, it was as tranquil as a fairyland. A white figure stood alone above the sea of clouds, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked like an otherworldly immortal. Gu Yenying lowered her head, and her black pupils contracted rapidly. They glowed with a golden light, as sharp as an eagle's. They pierced through the clouds and landed on Li Qingshan's body. Her intuition wasn't wrong. When she saw Li Qingshan under the guest pine, she smelled the aura on him. It wasn't because he hadn't bathed, but because it was too weak, so she couldn't be sure. She made Li Qingshan drink a cup of Bodhi brew, which made Li Qingshan's true qi go out of control and increase dramatically. Only then did she confirm her guess. Chapter 87. When faced with demons, the first thing that regular cultivators would think of was to purge demons, and Gu Yenying definitely possessed the strength to do that. Although Li Qingshan's strength and speed had increased drastically after transforming into a demon, it was impossible for him to defeat a Golden Core Master. But right now, there was no killing intent on her face. Her usual graceful smile had vanished as well. Instead, it was filled with a faint sense of pity. Under the moonlight, she seemed like a jade carving. Soon afterwards, she broke free from these emotions and exhaled gently before smiling freely. "Little brother Qingshan, from today onwards, you can only treat the mountains and forests as your home. We probably won't be able to meet again in this life, unless you become a demon general or even a demon commander. But by then, we'll probably be enemies. Have a safe journey." She murmured softly and even waved her hand, completely ignoring the fact that Li Qingshan could not hear or see her from the ground. With a wave of her sleeves, she flew off like a white eagle. Only after flying over 5 kilometers away did she carve out a deep trench in the sea of clouds with the fierce winds she kicked up. The white eagle landed on the edge of the well and saw what she wanted to see. A special frog had added an interesting experience to her life. However, no matter how interesting it was, a frog was still a frog. At most, it had become a little stronger. There were matters that were hundreds or even thousands of times more important than this that awaited her. If she could not find that damned cat, it was very likely for the 2 great sects of the Green Province, the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbraline sect, to start a war. The backyard of the provincial lord's estate would be set ablaze as well. However, she failed to sense that as she observed Li Qingshan, an oxen was also watching her from the darkness on the ground. For a Jindan stage expert, this was simply inconceivable. Her spiritual sense was very sharp, and she also knew some divination techniques. However, if she could really divine the future, she would know that a frog would not remain a frog forever. Li Qingshan howled for a while before he barely managed to calm down. Little N did her best to comfort him from one side. He glanced at Little N. Only now did he truly understand what it felt like for Little N to turn into a skeleton. To a human, turning into something else was just too great of an impact. Oxen emerged from the darkness with a wide smile on her face. She looked at Li Qingshan and clicked her tongue in wonder, like an artist looking at a work of art that she was extremely satisfied with. Li Qingshan said, "You knew this would happen. This isn't some kind of ability from 9 oxen and 2 tigers." His current strength had definitely far surpassed the strength of an ox. In other words, the strength of an ox did not refer to the strength of an ox, but the strength of an ox demon and ox demon. Oxen said, "Looks like it's quite effective." Li Qingshan suddenly lunged towards the black ox and swung down with his right claw viciously. The claw was like a curved blade, shining in the darkness. The black ox did not dodge. His smile remained the same. Shaoan lunged over from the side and knocked Li Qingshan away. Trembling, Li Qingshan grabbed the ground with both hands. "I'm sorry, brother ox, I don't know what's wrong with me." His heart was filled with anger. Any bit of anger and dissatisfaction would ignite it and lead to a massacre. Although oxen might have tricked him, he was already aware of this. Just like in the legends, those who made a deal with the devil had to pay a price when they obtained power. Although it was cruel, it was fair and there shouldn't be any complaints. Moreover, the black ox had also proved that the remarkable ability it had taught him was indeed not an ordinary one. However, in terms of the effects of refining his body, this remarkable ability had truly reached an unbelievable level. In just a few months, his body had reached an unbelievable level of toughness. Oxen said, "Your temperament is not enough to control your demonic nature. However, I'm already very surprised that you can do this." "You are right. Although it is derived from the Taoist body tempering ability, it is no longer 9 oxen and 2 tigers. There is no ability that can turn a human into a demon. Now, what should I do? Is there any way for me to regain my human form?" Li Qingshan didn't want to spend the rest of his life in the deep mountains. "It's very simple. As long as you pass the first heaven's tribulation and become a demon general, which is the human foundation establishment realm, you can transform." "How long will it take?" "If it's fast, 100 years. "What?" Li Qingshan's eyes flashed red. "I can live for 100 years. Don't worry. After transforming, your lifespan will greatly increase." Li Qingshan gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to lose control of the murderous intent in his heart. Oxen said, "But it's not like there is no other way." Li Qingshan said, "What way?" Oxen said, "I'll teach you another ability." "Oh right, you are actually not a complete demon yet." Li Qingshan said, "And after cultivating this ability, I can become a complete demon?" Oxen smiled but didn't say anything. Li Qingshan knew that he could only walk this path to the end. The fire was still burning. Li Qingshan and Little N looked at each other and said, "All right, now that we are both not human, only you don't despise me." They really were connected by the same disease. "Big brother, don't laugh at second brother." Little N desperately nodded, expressing that he didn't despise Li Qingshan at all. Li Qingshan said, "Don't talk anymore. Hurry up and cultivate." He let Little N use the corpses on the mountain to cultivate and recover from his injuries. At the same time, Li Qingshan also searched the corpses. He found a bottle of spirit medicine on Hall Leader Wu's body. He raised his head and ate it. His injuries immediately recovered. He found a talisman on the sickly scholar Wei Dondong's body. The design was exactly the same as Lu Tingrue's. It should also be a cool breeze talisman that could increase one's speed. He also found a divine talisman like the one he used on Chu Xian's body. It looked like he was indeed rich. Lu Tingrue's thin sword was still intact and glowed brightly. Little N's sword was very dim after the battle and couldn't be used anymore. It was a good replacement. Finally, he found a total of 4 talismans on Feng Zhang's body. They were all the kind that could be used to set fire. There was also a bottle of healing spirit medicine. Judging from its glow, it was much better than Hall Leader Wu's bottle. He carefully put it away. Li Qingshan threw all the corpses into the sea of fire. Seeing that the fire wasn't strong enough, he threw out a fire talisman without hesitation. The fire talisman floated in the air and fell to the ground. It couldn't be activated. Oxen said, demonic chi can't activate talismans and spirit tools unless you can refine them. Li Qingshan tried the cursive sword calligraphy again. As expected, it didn't react at all to the demonic chi he poured in. It refused to accept it. Needless to say, he didn't have the ability to refine it at the moment, so he could only put it away for now. At this time, Little N had healed all the wounds on his body. His bones regained their white color. However, they weren't pale white anymore. Instead, they glowed like jade. His divine art had improved by another level. Seeing that the fire was getting smaller, Little N suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out rolling blood-colored flames. The blood of the corpses was like oil that had been ignited. They soared into blood-colored flames that were several meters tall. They even overshadowed the orange flames and completely destroyed all traces of the corpses. Chapter 88. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh in amazement. Right now, regular first-rate masters were definitely not his opponent. He truly progressed at a godly speed, and he did not face any bottlenecks either. As long as he had enough time and sacrifices, who knew just how powerful he would become. The blood-red flames burned the corpses to a crisp. They circled around in the air before returning to Little N's mouth. The flames in his eye sockets shone even brighter, as if he was absorbing all the vitality from these people into the blood-red flames. After tidying up everything, Li Qingshan called out to Little N, and the two of them vanished from the mountain peak. Li Qingshan rampaged through the mountains and forests. The originally tall trees all seemed short now. Whenever he came across trees blocking his way, he would not even try to avoid them at all at times, directly ramming through them and shattering the trunks, forcefully carving out a path through the forest. Not only had his strength and speed changed, but his senses had also reached an unprecedented level. Everything in the forest was so clear and bright. Even the forest in the middle of winter possessed a different kind of color. All sounds were so clear. Under the thick layer of snow and mud, even the gentle breathing of a wild rabbit could be heard clearly. The surroundings were filled with life. He was like a savage who had returned to the primordial times, cheering for everything in nature. It was like his heart was filled with honey, as if this was the world that belonged to him, his paradise. When his body changed, his mind seemed to change as well. Suddenly, he felt like it was not a bad thing to spend his time in the wilderness. However, when he looked at Little N on his shoulder, he immediately returned to his senses. He still had many unfinished promises to complete. He had to help him recover his human form and send him home. Little N also looked at Li Qingshan strangely. Li Qingshan smiled and thanked him inside. After teaching the ability to Li Qingshan, Oxen vanished once more. Li Qingshan did not stop, but he silently comprehended the mysteries within. The second ability was called the Spirit Turtle's method of sea suppression, but it was the complete opposite of the 9 oxen and 2 tigers. It was an ability purely for practicing chi and also had 9 layers. As long as he reached the first layer, he would be able to recover his human form and conceal his demon chi, allowing him to return to the human world. This innate ability just happened to be something that Li Qingshan could only practice after his demon chi had built up a certain foundation. It gave him a feeling that the innate abilities the Black Ox had given him were layered on top of one another, all linked together. He had already predicted every single step, laying down a foundation for the future. He did not understand what the Azure Ox's goal was, but in short, it did not seem to have any ill intentions. This was not only because of trust, but also because the Azure Ox understood that he was lowly. There was probably nothing that was worthy of the Azure Ox's ill intentions. As soon as he comprehended the Spirit Turtle's method of sea suppression, Li Qingshan stopped to meditate. The chaotic demon chi gradually gathered, circulating according to a certain pattern. Even his restless mind seemed to become calm as he cultivated. It was very different from the wildness and violence he experienced when he practiced the fist style of the Ox Demon and Tiger Demon. Suddenly, he came to a realization. An ability could influence a personality. The Spirit Turtle's method of sea suppression was to neutralize the influence of the Ox Demon and Tiger Demon. Spirit Turtles were legendary divine beasts. When their 4 huge, pillar-like feet stepped into the sea, they were like 4 pillars that stabilized the sea, able to calm down the waves. Spirit Turtles possessed great power, but they were extremely gentle. They were like eminent monks meditating, extremely patient and not ostentatious at all. As long as he reached the first layer, he could learn from the Spirit Turtle's breath concealment and conceal all of his demon chi, suppressing the Ox Demon and Tiger Demon. That way, he would be able to recover his human form again. However, the rate at which he practiced this ability was just like the Spirit Turtle's personality. It progressed extremely slowly. He had estimated that if he wanted to reach the first layer of the Spirit Turtle's method of sea suppression, he would need to spend years at the very least. He would need to cultivate in the mountains for a decade at the very least, or even 20 to 30 years at the very most. Although it would save him quite a lot of time compared to undergoing the tribulation and becoming a demon general, it was still quite depressing. Unfortunately, the cultivation of demons had always been measured in centuries. If he did not have several centuries of cultivation, he would be embarrassed to greet others. Now that things had developed to this point, all he could do was prepare for a prolonged battle. The sound of water rumbled like thunder. Li Qingshan and Little and returned to where they cultivated last time, before the waterfall that was several dozen meters tall. They planned on cultivating here for a while. Since it was called the Spirit Turtle's method of sea suppression, it obviously required water. Li Qingshan's ears twitched. He could vaguely hear singing. He squinted his eyes, only to see a beautiful female figure vaguely visible in the white mist. She had her back to him, as if she was bathing. I can have a romantic encounter like that too. As soon as this thought crossed Li Qingshan's mind, he found it extremely strange. The sound of the waterfall was so loud that even if ordinary people yelled out, it would be drowned out by the sound of the water. However, the singing just happened to be like a needle, piercing through all the noise. It was extremely clear. The force of the waterfall was so great that even he could not directly stand under the waterfall. Yet, the petite figure was so relaxed that she seemed like she was taking a shower. Her delicate figure vaguely appeared in the mist. It was extremely enchanting. Li Qingshan did not care about looking at something indecent. He had to get a clear look at something so strange. However, he was destined to not be that lucky with women. As soon as he took a step forward, the singing suddenly stopped. The girl looked back, revealing a pair of jade-green eyes. She vanished into the waterfall. The warning bells in Li Qingshan's head rang out. He leapt forward without any regard. Only then did he feel a gust of wind from behind. He felt a few sharp stabs of pain on his back. His impervious skin had actually been cut through the air. So fast. Just as his body was in mid-air and was about to fly into the waterfall, a slender jade-like hand grabbed his tiger tail and pulled it forcefully. Come back. Li Qingshan's huge body was pulled back in an instant. It seemed that having multiple functions also had its disadvantages. After turning his head to see who it was, even with his willpower, he could not help but be stunned. The person who grabbed his tail with a strange force was actually a 14 or 15-year-old girl in green clothes. Although she was wearing clothes, her pair of astonishingly large jade-green eyes could be seen. It was without a doubt the girl who was taking a shower in the waterfall just now. He was not surprised by the other party's age or strength. Instead, on the girl's head, there was a pair of living cat ears. A black cat tail was swaying behind her. The otaku's soul that had been silent for many years, at this moment, actually had the tendency to break the seal and awaken again. If he had encountered such a thing when he had just transmigrated to this world, he probably would not have become like this. If the feeling that Gu Yenying gave him was that she was beautiful like a fantasy, then she was cute like a fantasy. Chapter 89. The cat girl was also looking at Li Qingshan. What kind of monster are you? How strange. Little An jumped up and came behind the cat girl. He opened his mouth and spat out the blood flame of corpse incineration. The white crescent mark on the cat girl's forehead shot out a bright light and dispelled the blood flame. What kind of monster are you? The cat girl changed from one hand to two, grabbed Li Qingshan's tail, and with herself as the axis, she swung half a circle and slammed into Little An. Li Qingshan carried Little An and slammed into the rock wall. Li Qingshan adjusted his body and stepped on the rock wall, landing safely with Little An. The beautiful fantasy disappeared, and he looked at the cat girl warily. She was strong, at least as strong as the Scarlet Eagle commander Wang Pushi. Thinking of Wang Pushi, he thought of Gu Yenying. Was this the cat she was looking for? How was this a pet? It was clearly a terrifying cat demon. The cat girl did not attack again, nor did she seem angered by Li Qingshan spying. Her green eyes flashed with curiosity. You two are so strange. Li Qingshan said calmly, what strange? The cat girl said, you also have a human form. Meow Meow should have gone through a heavenly tribulation, but this Meow is weak. How strange. I've never heard of a skeleton that can spit fire. How strange. Li Qingshan had demonified. His figure and voice had changed drastically, but his appearance and body were still roughly human. Li Qingshan shook off the dust on his body. We are just passing by. Please continue. Without hesitation, he turned and left. Although he was a little reluctant, the cute creature that only appeared in his imagination had appeared in front of him. But with great wisdom and perseverance, he instantly extinguished his otaku heart. He made up his mind not to have anything to do with this cat demon. That was not a domain he could touch for the time being. But he soon realized how scary a cat, especially a cat demon, could be when it was curious. Stop right there. You want to leave after seeing me bathe? The cat girl roared. Li Qingshan immediately left. He ran as fast as he could with all his might. However, he had forgotten a warning. When encountering wild beasts, he must not run, or else he would definitely be chased. The forest receded rapidly, blurring into a blur. Li Qingshan did not dare to stop at all. Suddenly, a bell rang out by his ear. He turned around and saw the cat girl following behind him at a steady pace. The bell on her waist jingled. Meow, haha, why don't you keep running? Since he couldn't outrun him, there was no need to run anymore. Li Qingshan came to a sudden halt and calmly asked, what do you want to do? The cat girl stopped as well. Her jade-green eyes swiveled around as if she was thinking of something. She circled around Li Qingshan. You can be my pet. She beamed with joy, acting extremely complacent. What? Li Qingshan wondered if he had heard wrongly. Could it be that she was tired of being a pet, so she turned around to catch other pets? Big Black, what does this name sound like? The cat girl jumped lightly and landed on top of Li Qingshan's head. She grabbed one of his horns and touched Little Anne's head and said, "You will be called Little White." Her movements were extremely fast, leaving a series of afterimages. Her thoughts were also extremely fast. Li Qingshan said, "Don't even think about it." He was a transmigrator. If he became a pet, and a pet's pet, it would be a disgrace to all transmigrators in the world. The weight on top of his head suddenly increased, and the cat girl's light body suddenly became as heavy as Mount Tai. Li Qingshan was pressed to one knee and lowered his head. "Big Black, I am not negotiating with you." The cat girl said, "If you agree, there will be countless benefits. I will not mistreat you. If you don't agree, hee, I don't mind tasting you." The demon's ferocious nature was obvious. It was not as cute as it looked. Li Qingshan sneered and said, "What benefits? Cat food?" Before he had even finished speaking, a shining pill landed in his mouth and immediately turned into surging spiritual qi, filling his body and almost bursting out. Even with his demon body that was countless times more powerful than before, he actually felt like he could not contain this spiritual qi. Li Qingshan used the mental cultivation method of the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression in a hurry to absorb and circulate the spiritual qi. The spirit turtle's method of qi suppression that had been progressing slowly suddenly made a tiny dash forward. The effects of the pill were several times more potent than the spiritual alcohol soaked in the spiritual ginseng. "Did you steal all of this from your master?" "What? I would never steal my master's things. Master gave all of this to me. I still have a lot more." "What, are you tempted, meow?" Li Qingshan basically understood what it meant by, "wine and meat go to waste." He had no idea who the Dark Queen was, but she even fed her pets with spiritual herbs like this. She was as extravagant as she could get. However, if he really had the assistance of so many spiritual herbs, he would definitely be able to complete the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression very soon, recover his human form, and return to the world of humans. He had to admit that the carrot and the stick, were quite effective no matter who it was used on and who it was used on. Most importantly, he did not have the right to choose at all. Li Qingshan said, "What do you want me to do?" The cat girl did a backflip and landed gently before Li Qingshan. "That's more like it, meow. You're my pet, so you obviously have to do whatever I want you to do, meow. Right now, I want you to take me out of the Green Province." As a frog in a well who had never left the vicinity of Qingyang City his entire life, Li Qingshan was immediately stunned by this great ambition. "Where do you want to go?" "To the Dragon Province." "How do I get there?" Li Qingshan was rather confused. And where was the Dragon Province? "You don't even know that, meow. Follow the boundless mountains and head north. You'll have to cross around several thousand mountains." The cat girl gazed into the distance, and her gaze suddenly became extremely distant. Her tender and cute face possessed the romance and vicissitudes of a traveler. She no longer wanted to be anyone's pet. She wanted to be as free as the wind. Li Qingshan actually felt shocked. He sucked in a deep breath. "But, you're referring to the south." "Shut up. Master, I know." The cat girl flew into a rage out of humiliation and kicked him. Li Qingshan raised his hand to block it, but he still felt his hand burn. After a moment of thought, he looked at the cat girl and said, "I can help you go to the Dragon Province as long as you pay me with pills." Although he was rather worried about Gu Yening's pursuit, he had no room to turn her down right now. He could only seek fortune amidst danger. "Of course I'll feed you." "Oh right, what does Lil Whitey eat?" The cat girl referred to herself as her master very consciously before studying little and with a strange gaze, as if she was trying to guess what a skeleton would eat. Feed? Li Qingshan decided to ignore these words. Also, I'm not your servant. Not a servant, a pet. The cat girl rubbed Li Qingshan's cheek with a smile. Li Qingshan stiffened. He sucked in a deep breath. Anyway, this is our contract. What's your name? Chapter 90. Li Qingshan sensed his abnormality and asked, Little N, what's wrong? Little N only shook her head in confusion. Only then did Li Qingshan ease up. All right. Xianyue, tell me now. Why don't you go to the Dragon Province by yourself? Bringing me along will only drag you down. Call me master. I'm being chased, so I have to cover my ears. And you have no sense of direction. Li Qingshan obviously could not say that. The answer did not surprise him. Xuanyue's master, the Dark Queen, definitely possessed great authority to be able to make Gu Yenying search for a cat for her. She probably would not be the only one mobilized by Gu Yenying. However, since they were searching for a pet and not catching a criminal, the mission seemed relatively safe. Even if they failed, they would not die. Moreover, since the cat was bold enough to escape, it was not like they had no confidence at all. Anyway, it was worth a gamble. Li Qingshan said straightforwardly, no problem, Xianyue. However, I think we should rest up for now and come up with a foolproof plan before setting off. He had a deep impression of Gu Yenying's terrifying senses. Perhaps she would be looking down from the sky at any time. Now that she had become like this, she might even be purged as soon as she saw her. The veins on Xuanyue's forehead bulged. I said it's master. Is that so, Xianyue? Meow. Xuanyue's tail straightened. She finally erupted. Li Qingshan grabbed little Anne, who was about to fight back. He allowed her to kick and hit him, but he gritted his teeth and refused to let go. He discovered that while she was extremely fast, her strength was not particularly great. He could still endure her punches and kicks. Xianyue vented her anger randomly, but she could not bring herself to be heavy-handed. After all, she still had a lot of things to rely on Li Qingshan for. She said coldly, come with me. She brought Li Qingshan back to the waterfall. Afterwards, she pulled Li Qingshan towards the waterfall. Passing through the water curtain, Li Qingshan crashed into the rock wall. Just when Li Qingshan thought he was going to crash into the mountain, the thick rock wall turned into a mirage and passed through it. There was actually a completely different world inside. It was an extremely spacious cave. Looking at the chisel marks, it was clearly opened up recently. It seemed that she had been hiding here during this period of time. The place that Oxen had chosen for Li Qingshan to cultivate was indeed a scenic spot. Xianyue took out a small flag from her bell. Her cat bell was actually a storage bag. Are you Tinkerbell? Li Qingshan was flabbergasted. Moreover, the little flag's spiritual light was flowing and its divine splendor was restrained. It was clearly an extremely rare spiritual artifact. Xianyue placed the small flag at the entrance and immediately sealed the cave. Not even a trace of spirit qi or demonic qi leaked out. Then, she took out various items from her bell. First, she spread out a thick piece of cloth woven from the fur of an unknown animal. Then, she placed a small table on top of it. After that, she placed exquisite tableware carved from either ivory or jade. She clearly had the ability to see in the night, yet she took out a lampstand. At the top of the lampstand was not a flame, but a pearl the size of a fist. The misty light illuminated the cave, but it was not dazzling at all. Finally, she took out a red-crowned crane-shaped incense burner. A strange fragrance was slowly released from it. All of these items contained spiritual light. When the pearl shone on her body, the circulation of the spirit qi in her body sped up. And when she smelled the strange fragrance, she felt refreshed and her mind became much clearer. None of these items could be measured with 1,000 gold. How was this a pet? She was practically a princess. To think that she, a fugitive, could actually prepare to this extent. Li Qingshan recalled a map of the Green Province. The governor's estate is to the south. Why didn't you go south? Why did you come north instead? Xian Yu said, what do you know? The Mist Province to the south is a land of desolation. Where am I supposed to go, Miao? The Dragon Province is the better place. That's where the imperial court is located. There are pavilions, halls, clothing, and food that a bumpkin demon like you can't even imagine. Li Qingshan said, even if there are those things, no one will give them to you. Do you think you're a panda, that you can survive in this world just by acting cute? You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.